Chapter 1874. The night was like a thick ink that covered the night sky. Even the stars in the sky could not be seen. Holy sword crystal. This is a good item to refine a sword soul. Yi Chenfeng was living on Yanjian Peak, which had a beautiful scenery and rich immortal energy. He sat cross-legged on top of an ancient pavilion on Yanjian Peak. He took out a holy sword crystal that Po Wentian had given him and fused it into his ancestral sword soul. After fusing with the holy sword crystal, Yi Chenfeng could clearly feel that his ancestral sword soul had undergone a considerable transformation. The power contained in the sword soul had become purer, and its offensive power had increased by quite a bit. Just as he was about to continue refining the holy sword crystal, his keen perception sensed a feminine aura appear on Yanjian Peak and slowly arrive at the ancient pavilion. Exalted Yi, you, has come under the orders of the sect master to give you some cultivation necessities. Can you come in? A gentle and charming voice that could cause one's imagination to run wild rang out under the night sky and entered Yi Chenfeng's ears. Come in. Yi Chenfeng revealed a thought-provoking smile. His body flashed and appeared on the first floor of the ancient pavilion. He opened the tightly shut door and let Yu Fei in. Nine in physique. Yi Chenfeng looked at Yu Fei, who was wearing a tight black miniskirt that accentuated her beautiful curves. Her snow-white skin was dazzling under the light as she walked in with her long legs. Yi Chenfeng could smell the rich fragrance coming from her delicate body. However, what Yi Chenfeng liked the most wasn't Yu Fei's foxy appearance or her hot body, but her physique. The Nine physique was a very special physique that had a great nourishing effect on a man's young physique. Although the Nine physique in Yu Fei's body was not strong, and it was clear that she was often taken by others, to ordinary cultivators, it still possessed a fatal allure. Coupled with her charming appearance and the charm emitted from her every movement, it was enough to make ordinary men fall head over heels for her. However, Yi Chenfeng's heart was firm and his heart of martial arts was unshakable. He was not affected in the slightest by Yu Fei's charm. Put down the things and you can leave. Yi Chenfeng glanced at Yu Fei, and guessed the reason for her late-night visit. However, Yi Chenfeng was not interested in Yu Fei and her Nine physique. He took a sip of the fragrant tea and coldly said, Consecrator Yi, you don't even have a servant girl to serve you. Why don't you let you, stay behind to serve you? This way, you can also concentrate on your cultivation. Yu Fei walked over to Yi Chenfeng's side, slightly bowed, and filled Yi Chenfeng's cup with spirit tea. As she bowed and poured tea for him, her wide collar hung down deeply, deliberately revealing two snow-white soft lumps under Yi Chenfeng's eyelids, revealing her teasing intent. Sure, if you are willing, you can stay here from now on. However, during my cultivation period, you are not allowed to disturb me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. After guessing Yi Chenfeng's intentions, Yi Chenfeng did not chase Yu Fei away and decided to let her stay. Don't worry, Exalted Yi. You knows what to do. Although Yi Chenfeng's words were cold, Yu Fei did not reveal any anger on her face. Instead, her charming smile became even wider. Exalted Yi, it's getting late. Do you want Yu to help Exalted Yi rest? Yu Fei looked at Yi Chenfeng with watery eyes, her charming voice constantly stirring Yi Chenfeng's heart. I still need to cultivate. You rest by yourself. With a calm expression, Yi Chenfeng drank the wine in his cup and returned to the top floor of the ancient pavilion. He used his mirror image avatar and left behind a mirror image while his true body entered the universe mirror. Humph! Sooner or later there will be a day when I will have you prostrate beneath my pomegranate skirt and become my subject. After Yi Chenfeng left, the extremely shrewd Yu Fei finally changed her expression. However, she was filled with confidence in her own looks and charm. She believed that sooner or later she would be able to subdue Yi Qinfeng and have him obediently climb into her bed. Ancestral Sword Soul Fuse! Yu Fei. Er's arrival did not affect Yi Qinfeng in the slightest. He eliminated all distracting thoughts and focused on cultivating in the 30 times faster flow of time. He fused the 2 Saint Sword crystals into his ancestral Sword Soul, accelerating its transformation and allowing its attack power to reach the peak of a low-grade ancestral artifact. After fusing the Saint Sword crystals, Yi Qinfeng multitasked. He controlled the God-Eater brain to comprehend the ancestral Tao steel while controlling the Grand Mist blood to refine the ancestral Dragon Eye. Very quickly, 3 months passed in the outside world. How is it, Wentian? Is there anything wrong with Yi Qinfeng? Lawbreaker Sword, who was wearing a gray robe and exuding a powerful sword intent, came to Wentian's training room and asked in a low voice, "According to you, Er's news, Yi Qinfeng has been cultivating in seclusion for the past 3 months. During this time, she hasn't even seen Yi Qinfeng once." Wentian opened his tightly shut eyes and slowly said, "I was wondering why Yi Qinfeng could cultivate to this level at such a young age and even refine an ancestral sword soul. So it turns out that he is a cultivation madman." Lawbreaker Sword revealed a faint smile and said, "However, this is good news for my mountain-breaking sword sect. We need people like him." "That's what I was thinking too. It's best if he keeps cultivating for the next year. That way, we won't have to worry about him, and we'll be able to increase our chances of winning the Ascendant Sword Palace." Wentian nodded. "Tell you, to continue observing Yi Qinfeng. It would be best if we can find an opportunity to coax him into bed. This way, we can control him better." Lawbreaker Sword said, "Don't worry, Master. I know what to do." Wentian nodded. 5 elements, Tao, intent, metamorphosis. Heaven and earth, Tao, intent, metamorphosis. Life and death, Tao, intent, metamorphosis. Illusion, Tao, intent, metamorphosis. Heavenly Tao, metamorphosis. Yi Qinfeng had been comprehending the ancestral Tao steel for nearly 15 years in a 30-fold accelerated time flow. He had finally raised his 5 great Tao intents to the ancestral Tao diagram realm. At this time, half a year had passed in the outside world. There were only 8 months left before the Sword Palace contest. Yi Qinfeng's 5 great Tao intents had been raised one after another. Regardless of whether it was the Godless Sword, the Infinite Chaos, or the 3,000 Transformation God Fist, the power of all of them had doubled. After cultivating his 5 great Tao intents to the ancestral Tao diagram realm, Yi Qinfeng focused all his energy on refining the ancestral Dragon's Eye. After nearly 15 years of refining with the Hong Meng blood, Yi Qinfeng had refined the ancestral Dragon's Eye onto his forehead. However, the ancestral Dragon's Eye that the Dragon God had given him contained a terrifying amount of power. He was unable to fully grasp the ancestral Dragon's Eye's power at the moment. Sizzle! Under the nourishment of the Hong Meng blood and the refinement of the Origin Flame, the connection between the ancestral Dragon's Eye and Yi Qinfeng grew closer and closer. Finally, after Yi Qinfeng's unremitting efforts, the ancestral Dragon's Eye had completely fused with Yi Qinfeng. Ancestral Dragon's Eye. After fusing with the Eye of the Ancestor Dragon, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the Eye of the Ancestor Dragon to attack. When a ferocious vertical eye appeared on his forehead, tens of thousands of rays of light seemed to pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, attacking towards the distance. It directly tore open cracks in the extremely tough 5th level of the universe realm, almost piercing through the universe realm. Not bad, not bad. The offensive strength of this ancestral Dragon's Eye really didn't disappoint me. It didn't waste my years of refinement. Yi Qinfeng was extremely satisfied with the offensive strength of the ancestral Dragon's Eye. He felt that if the offensive strength of the ancestral Dragon's Eye was utilized to the limit, it would be comparable to executing the Tao of equipment control and striking out with the Grim Reaper's scythe. As for the consumption of controlling the ancestral dragon's eye, he didn't care about it at all. Chapter 1875. You Fei, what are you doing? After refining the ancestral dragon's eye, Yi Qinfeng came out of seclusion. He dispersed his mirror image and went outside of the ancient pavilion. He saw Yu Fei, wearing a thin skirt and comfortably resting in a clear pond on Yanjian Peak. Ah! Hearing Yi Qinfeng's voice, Yu Fei, who had a look of enjoyment on her face, jumped in fright. She hurriedly climbed out of the pool and appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng with her bare, white and tender feet. While soaking in the pond water, Yu Fei's thin skirt clung tightly to her body, revealing her dazzling hot body and snow-white long legs. With Yi Qinfeng's eyesight, he could even faintly see 2 small grapes on her perky breasts. Yi, consecrated Yi, you've come out of seclusion. Although Yu Fei knew that she was wearing a thin skirt and revealing a large portion of her alluring body, she didn't show any signs of bashfulness. She blushed as she looked at Yi Qinfeng and coquettishly said, Put on your clothes and take me to the mountain-breaking sword sect. Yi Qinfeng glanced at Yu Fei's hot body and nodded as he said coldly, That's right. Yes, consecrated Yi. Yu Fei nodded and ran into the ancient pavilion with her bare feet. She quickly put on a snow-white floral dress and walked out of the pavilion. Is there anything fun in this 100 Swords Peak? Yi Qinfeng controlled the powerful immortal spirit energy to form a cloud below his feet. He slowly flew out of Yanjian Peak with the coquettish Yu Fei, and asked in a low voice. Yes, 100 Swords Peak has 10 great immortal realms and 3 wonders. I'll take consecrated Yi there to take a look. Yu Fei gently leaned on Yi Qinfeng and directed Yi Qinfeng towards the depths of 100 Swords Peak. They arrived at one of the 3 wonders, White Dragon Waterfall. What a powerful ancestral power. On the way to the White Dragon Waterfall, Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce. Through the layers of restrictive spells in the 100 Swords Peak, he could vaguely sense a powerful ancestral power. He had a feeling that if his primitive Tao embryo devoured the ancestral power of the mountain-breaking sword sect, it might be able to break through to the 4-star Tao ancestor level. Consecrator Yi, the White Dragon Waterfall is just ahead. Yu Fei pointed at a waterfall that flowed down from the center of a cliff that was several thousand feet in the distance. It was like a silver dragon. This White Dragon Waterfall is indeed spectacular. Yi Qinfeng looked at the White Dragon Waterfall in the distance and nodded lightly. He controlled the cloud to slowly descend below the White Dragon Waterfall and discovered that many disciples of the mountain-breaking sword sect were practicing their swordsmanship. Oh, isn't this you? Why did you hook up with another pretty boy? When Yi Qinfeng pretended to look up at the waterfall that was like a silver dragon and controlled the God-Eater brain to pinpoint the exact location of the mountain-breaking sword sect's ancestral power, a discordant voice rang out and entered Yi Qinfeng's ears. Following the source of the voice, 2 graceful women in black martial arts suits walked over provocatively. They were far less beautiful than Yu Fei. Yu Fei's face darkened as she revealed Yi Qinfeng's identity and warned them coldly, Xue Fei Lanyu, don't talk nonsense. This is the chief consecrator of the mountain-breaking sword sect. If you dare to offend Consecrator Yi, our sect master will not spare you. Chief Consecrator? Is he worthy? At this time, a man in a dark blue martial arts suit, with a body as straight as a sword and sharp sword chi in his every move, broke through the silver dragon waterfall that was more than 10 feet wide. He stepped on the void and looked at Yi Qinfeng with disdain. Lu, Consecrator Lu, Yu Fei immediately recognized the blue-clothed man as he walked over. Before Yi Qinfeng came to the mountain-breaking sword sect, he was once the head honcho of the mountain-breaking sword sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6-star Dao God realm, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the half-ancestor realm. Consecrator Yi, Consecrator Lu, used to be the chief consecrator of the mountain-breaking sword sect. Now that his position has been taken by you, it's inevitable that he will be dissatisfied with you. Yu Fei looked at Consecrator Lu with some apprehension and transmitted her voice to him. Consecrator Lu is the strongest consecrator of the mountain-breaking sword sect. He's not someone that can be replaced. If you know what's good for you, hand over the position of the chief consecrator. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Xue Fei and Lan Yu unexpectedly stuck close to Consecrator Lu like little birds and looked at Yi Qinfeng provocatively. Are you speaking for me? Yi Qinfeng retracted his soul power and looked at Consecrator Lu and the other too coldly. Are you deaf? If we're not speaking for you, are we speaking for a ghost? Xue Fei, who had a voluptuous figure and 2 plump breasts, said angrily, I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to kill anyone. You can leave. Although Consecrator Lu's strength was not ordinary. Given Yi Qinfeng's current strength and experience, a 6-star Dao God was no longer worthy of his attention. Thus, the provocation of these 3 small fries could not arouse his anger at all. What arrogance! Do you really think that you're a half-ancestor realm expert and can suppress me? Consecrator Lu's face was gloomy and he said unhappily, Let's go. Let's go to the next scenic spot. Yi Qinfeng ignored the provocation of Consecrator Lu and the other 2, and was about to leave with the furious Yu Fei. However, Yi Qinfeng's disregard turned into fear and retreat in the eyes of Consecrator Lu and the others. Consecrator Lu revealed a malicious smile and suddenly blocked in front of Yi Qinfeng. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Then what do you want? Yi Qinfeng did not expect Consecrator Lu to be so reckless and provoke him again and again. He revealed a dangerous smile and said, Fight with me. I can only leave if I win. If I lose, I will immediately leave the mountain-breaking sword sect and will never find trouble with you again. Consecrator Lu met Yi Qinfeng's deep gaze and continued to provoke him. There's no need to go through so much trouble. If you lose, you can die. Even a clay figurine would have a temper. Faced with Consecrator Lu's repeated provocations, Yi Qinfeng had a trace of killing intent in his heart. He decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys and intimidate the flies. You're courting death. Consecrator Lu's face darkened. Streaks of sword qi gushed out of his body and disrupted the space above his head, causing the air to change. As for Yu Fei and the other 2, when they felt the sword qi released by Consecrator Lu, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They quickly retreated and did not dare to approach him at all. Cloud Mist Sword Technique. Consecrator Lu instantly deduced the power of Swordway to the extreme. He summoned a lower Transcendent Saint weapon longsword and used his strongest sword move. He transformed into a sharp sea of swords and swept toward Yi Qinfeng with ear-piercing sounds. How dare you challenge me with such strength? Although Consecrator Lu's Cloud Mist Sword Technique was powerful, it was not worth mentioning in Yi Qinfeng's eyes. Yi Qinfeng took a step forward gently. Immediately, the power of heaven and earth was under his control. He gently pointed out with his finger. The terrifying finger sword expanded infinitely and shattered the layers of space before him, destroying Consecrator Lu's Cloud Mist Sword Technique. What? Consecrator Lu's face changed drastically when he saw Yi Qinfeng destroy the Cloud Mist Sword Technique with a single finger. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood essence into the lower Transcendent Saint Sword and activated the extremely powerful tool patterns in the Saint Sword. He slashed at the finger sword that was not weakened at all. Kachacha! When Consecrator Lu's sword slashed at the finger sword that tore through space, he felt like he was hit by a meteor. His body trembled violently and he almost lost his grip on the sword in his hand. In the next moment, the lower transcendent saint sword in his hand could not withstand the remaining power of Yi Qinfeng's finger sword. It let out a crisp cracking sound and broke into several pieces. PFFF. Consecrated Lu, who could not dodge in time, spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's finger. A deep sword hole appeared on his chest. A large amount of blood spurted out uncontrollably and dyed the ground red. Gulp! Xue Fei and Lan Yu were shocked when they saw Yi Qinfeng destroy the cloud mist sword technique with a single finger, shattering the lower transcendent saint sword and sending Consecrated Lu, who was a 6-star Tao god, flying with a single finger. Yu Fei's eyes lit up at this moment. Her mind started to work. Consecrator, Yi is so powerful. I admit defeat. Consecrated Yi, who was severely injured, was terrified when he saw Yi Qinfeng walking over with his hands behind his back. He had no choice but to lower his noble head and admit defeat in front of everyone. Since you admit defeat, then go and die. Yi Qinfeng was never merciful to his enemies. He raised his right hand gently. Under Consecrator Lu's fearful gaze, he pointed out a second finger. You're not! Before Consecrator Lu could finish his words, an extremely sharp finger light pierced through Consecrator Lu's head. It crushed his soul and killed him on the spot. Let's go. Chapter 1876. Master, Consecrator Lu is dead. He was killed by Yi Qinfeng outside the Silver Dragon waterfall. Knowing that Yi Qinfeng had killed Consecrator Lu, Polaris immediately came to the cave where the Law of Vanquishing sword was cultivating and told him the news. Lu Dehui is dead. The Law of Vanquishing sword opened his murky eyes and revealed a meaningful smile. This Yi Qinfeng did us a favor. Master, is there really something wrong with Lu Dehui? Polaris asked softly as he caught the change in expression on the Law of Vanquishing sword's face. There should be something wrong with this, Lu Dehui. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to push Yi Qinfeng to the position of head consecrator. The Law of Vanquishing sword nodded and said in a scheming manner, Master, you predicted that Lu Dehui would cause trouble for Yi Qinfeng and use Yi Qinfeng to get rid of him. Polaris said in admiration, That's right. If we kill Lu Dehui, we will attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. Yi Qinfeng has just joined our mountain-crushing sword sect, so no one knows anything about him. If we use him to kill Lu Dehui, it will save us a lot of trouble. The Law Parting sword nodded. Wentian, find someone to bury Lu Dehui and let Yuer continue to observe Yi Qinfeng. If there's anything wrong, inform me immediately. The Law of Vanquishing sword said. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Polaris nodded. Yi Qinfeng, you're more outstanding than I thought. I hope there's nothing wrong with you. Otherwise, I'll have to destroy you. The Law of Vanquishing sword said coldly. In the evening, the sun was setting in the west, and the sunset glow dyed the horizon red. It was so beautiful that it was fascinating. After following Yufeier around the 100 Swords Peak, Yi Qinfeng had basically confirmed the location of the mountain-breaking sword sect's ancestral vein. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make his move and was prepared to wait for another month. Consecrated Yi, after a day of walking, I think you must be tired. I'll go get you a bath and help you bathe. Yufeier looked at Yi Qinfeng with watery eyes. Her rosy lips parted slightly as she spoke in a coquettish voice. No need. I don't like to be served by others. You should go and rest. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and refused. Consecrated Yi, do you hate me very much? You don't like you, or serving you. Yufei gently bit her lips and said in a lovely voice, No, this has nothing to do with you. It's just that I'm used to being alone. Yi Qinfeng said in a low voice, Oh right, this is for you. Study it when you have time. With that said, Yi Qinfeng gave Yufei the cloud mist sword art cultivation chant that he had obtained from killing revered priest Lu before turning to leave. I will definitely conquer you. Holding the cloud mist sword art in her hands, Yu Fei was even more determined to conquer Yi Chen Feng. She had a feeling that if she could conquer Yi Chen Feng, her fate would undergo a qualitative change. After returning to the top of the ancient pavilion, Yi Chen Feng briefly inspected revered priest Lu's belongings. He didn't find anything of value, so he left his mirror image outside and entered the universe realm to continue cultivating. Soon, more than a month had passed in the outside world. When there was still half a year before the battle for the Sword Palace, Yi Chen Feng decided to take action and infiltrate the ancestral vein of the mountain-breaking sword sect. Before taking action, Yi Chen Feng had his mirror image enter Yu Fei's room to confuse the spies that Po Tian had placed by his side. "Ah, consecrated Yi, why have you come?" Yu Fei, who was wearing a white chiffon skirt and had a curvaceous figure, exuded a fatal temptation. When she saw Yi Chen Feng, who had been cultivating in seclusion, suddenly appear in her room in the evening, she was immediately overjoyed and welcomed Yi Chen Feng in. "I came to ask you if there is anything you don't understand about cultivating the cloud mist sword art. If there is, I can help you answer it." The mirror image looked at Yu Fei, who was wearing revealing clothes and had half her face covered to seduce others, and said indifferently, There is. Yu Fei was born slow-witted, so comprehending the cloud mist sword art is indeed quite difficult. There are many things that I don't understand. Yu Fei nodded her head lightly and said, "Consecrated Yi, why don't we talk on the bed?" "Okay." The mirror image nodded and followed Yu Fei to the large bed that exuded a mesmerizing fragrance. At the same time, Yi Chen Feng's true body controlled the universe realm to cross the Yanjian Peak and arrived outside the ancestral land that was enveloped by a powerful restriction. Space Swallower, break the restriction. Yi Chen Feng controlled his powerful soul power to cover the surroundings. When he found that there was no one within a radius of several miles, he summoned the Space Swallower and ordered it to quickly devour the restriction outside the ancestral land. He opened a gap and entered inside. After entering the ancestral land of the mountain-breaking sword sect, Yi Chen Feng felt that the ancestral land of the mountain-breaking sword sect contained a powerful ancestral aura. He also felt a powerful soul aura in the ancestral land. This soul aura was so strong that it had reached the level of a 4-star Dao ancestor. I didn't expect the mountain-breaking sword sect to have such a trump card. A 4-star Dao ancestor could definitely sweep across the entire sword domain. However, in front of Yi Chen Feng, it was not enough. He controlled the universe realm to quietly approach this powerful soul. He was prepared to deal with it first to avoid alerting the enemy. Who is it? When Yi Chen Feng controlled the universe realm to slowly approach it, the soul that had lived in an ancient tree for countless years sensed that something was wrong. A powerful soul fluctuation filled the space and locked onto the universe realm. At that moment, 3 ancient ancestor flags appeared in the universe realm. They quickly waved and formed a large number of ancient runes that instantly sealed the entire space. In the next instant, Yi Chen Feng, Fa Tianzu, and the primitive Dao fetus appeared in the sealed space. Peak Ancestor Realm Almighty. Sensing the vast ancestor qi from Fa Tianzu, the mysterious soul exclaimed in shock, and a strong sense of unease rose in his heart. "End this quickly. Suppress him with all your might," Yi Chen Feng ordered. Fa Tianzu used his earth-shattering ancestral aura to attack the mysterious soul. Ancient Sword Tree Attack. Sensing the danger brought by Fa Tianzu, the mysterious soul did not dare to let him get close to it. He controlled the ancient tree that was as sharp as a sword to shake violently. It formed many powerful sword shadows and attacked Fa Tianzu. Primal Chaos Divine Wood. Suppress. When Fa Tianzu waved his hand to break the ancient sword tree's attack, Yi Chen Feng summoned the Primal Chaos Divine Wood and controlled it to fly above the ancient sword tree. It extended a large number of 5-colored roots that pierced into the ancient sword tree's extremely tough body. It suppressed the ancient sword tree and forced out the mysterious soul that was hiding in the tree. "Who are you? What do you want to do in my mountain-breaking, sword-sex ancestral land?" The mysterious soul looked at Yi Qinfeng with fear and asked Fa Tianzu, "You're just a soul. You don't need to know so much." With that, Yi Qinfeng burned his primordial blood and opened the ancestral dragon's eye on his forehead. Rays of invincible light shot out and attacked the mysterious soul. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, the mysterious soul's body was pierced by the ancestral dragon's eye and was severely injured. Next, Fa Tianzu unleashed an invincible palm. The terrifying palm light directly exploded the mysterious soul of the 4-star Tao ancestor. God-Eater Brain, devour! After the mysterious soul was destroyed, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the God-Eater Brain. He controlled the God-Eater Brain to quickly move and release a powerful devouring power to devour the mysterious soul. In the blink of an eye, the severely injured mysterious soul was devoured by the God-Eater Brain and became its nourishment. Primitive Tao fetus, devour the broken sword ancestral vein. Chapter 1877. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The primitive Tao embryo, which was a 3-star Tao ancestor, had an extremely strong devouring ability. Under its frenzied devouring, the power of the mountain-breaking sword-sex ancestral vein was rapidly drained away. At the same time, the primitive Tao embryo strength was increasing rapidly. Why is the ancestral vein's power suddenly draining away? Pu Wentian, who was rolling around on the bed with a pretty female disciple, suddenly felt the ancestral vein's power being drained away. He sat up on the bed with a shocked expression. "Sect Master, what's wrong?" A voluptuous girl with a soft body hugged Pu Wentian's body and asked coquettishly, "Get away from me." Sensing the ancestral vein's power being drained away, Pu Wentian realized the severity of the situation. He directly sent the girl flying, put on his clothes, and rushed to the ancestral vein of the mountain-breaking sword sect. Pu Wentian wasn't the only one who sensed the loss of the ancestral vein's power. Lawbreaker, Elder Hua, and the others also sensed it and surrounded the entire ancestral vein. "Not good. Lord Sword Spirit's aura has disappeared." When Lawbreaker, Pu Wentian, and the others arrived at the ancestral vein, they realized that the sword spirit who had guarded the ancestral vein for countless years had disappeared. Their faces darkened instantly. Who did this? The sword spirit was the guardian of the mountain-breaking sword sect. His death had a huge impact on the mountain-breaking sword sect. Lawbreaker roared furiously. At this moment, Pu Wentian thought of Yi Qinfeng and immediately took out his communication pearl to contact Yu Fei. At this moment, the red-faced Yu Fei was using this excellent opportunity to seduce Yi Qinfeng's mirror image clone. "Wentian, is Yi Qinfeng at Yanjian Peak?" Lawbreaker asked after calming down. "I just contacted you, Yi Qinfeng is with her and hasn't left Yanjian Peak." Pu Wentian replied, "Then who did this?" Lawbreaker's brows were tightly knitted together as he released his powerful soul power to cover the entire ancestral vein, searching for suspicious targets. Yes, there's someone in the ancestral vein. When the powerful soul of the magic-breaking sword penetrated into the ground and found the primitive fetus of Taoism, it was furious. It summoned the treasure of the mountain-breaking sword sect, a golden sword that was an upper-grade, transcendent, divine weapon. It cut open the tough ground of the ancestral land and attacked the primitive fetus of Taoism. As Jihao's power increased, the body of the primitive embryo of Tao became tougher and tougher. Therefore, the golden sword couldn't hurt it at all. He relied on his indestructible body to withstand the attacks of the golden swords. He continued to open all of the acupoints in his body, furiously devouring the power of the ancestral bloodline. He slowly accumulated enough energy to break through to the 4-star Tao ancestor level. What are you all standing there for? Attack together with me. The law-breaking sword sect brought his power to the peak. He attacked with his golden sword for half an hour and realized that he could not harm the primitive embryo at all. He immediately ordered everyone from the mountain-breaking sword sect to attack together. He wanted to destroy the primitive embryo and protect the ancestral bloodline. Boom, boom, boom. Under the combined attacks of the mountain-breaking sword sect, the entire ancestral bloodline shook violently. Huge cracks spread in all directions. An entire 100 swords peak fell into chaos. The combined attacks of the law-breaking sword, Wen Tian and the others were powerful, but they still couldn't hurt the primitive embryo of Taoism. Slowly, the power of the ancestral bloodline of the mountain-breaking sword sect became weaker and weaker. In the end, it was completely devoured by the primitive embryo of Taoism. After devouring the ancestral bloodline of the mountain-breaking sword sect, the primitive embryo of Taoism had accumulated enough energy to break through the shackles of its cultivation level and become a 4-star Tao ancestor. Primitive embryo of Taoism, let's leave this place. Yi Qinfeng still had to rely on the mountain-breaking sword sect to participate in the upcoming battle for the Sword Palace and come into contact with the upper echelons of the sword domain. Therefore, he did not let the primitive embryo of Tao go on a killing spree. Instead, he let Yi Qinfeng take the universe, realm, and fly out of the mountain-breaking sword sect at an extreme speed. The sword soul was killed and the ancestral bloodline was devoured. The law-breaking sword and Wen Tian were in a frenzy. They roared furiously and attacked with the 2 treasures of the mountain-breaking sword sect, ignoring the terrifying power of the primitive embryo of Taoism. However, their attacks were like tickles to the primitive embryo of Taoism. They couldn't hurt it at all. Wen Tian, leave this guy to me. Quickly activate the sect-protecting formation and seal off the entire mountain-breaking sword sect. Don't let him escape. The law-breaking sword ordered loudly. Yes, master. Wen Tian nodded and summoned a powerful formation plate. He activated the sect-protecting formation and formed a powerful seal. It sealed off the entire 100 swords peak and sealed off the escape route of the primitive embryo of Taoism. Primitive embryo of Taoism, kill. After the 100 swords peak was sealed, Yi Qinfeng immediately ordered the primitive embryo of Taoism through the universe mirror. After receiving the order, the primitive embryo of Taoism gave up on escaping. It suddenly turned around and punched at the law-breaking sword who was chasing after it. With that punch, heaven and earth changed. The terrifying fist radiance shattered the entire space. With a suffocating power, it shattered the golden sword radiance that the law-breaking sword had slashed down and went straight for the sword's chest. Although the law-breaking sword dodged the punch with his speed, the force of the punch was too great. When it hit the void, the rebound force caused the law-breaking sword's blood to boil. It was very uncomfortable. Why are you doing this? What grudge do you have with the mountain-breaking sword sect? Why did you kill our guardian soul and destroy our ancestral bloodline? After experiencing the power of the punch, the law-breaking sword suppressed the boiling blood in his body and hid far away. He questioned in a low voice, "If you don't want to die, open the formation obediently and let me leave. Otherwise, I don't mind slaughtering the entire mountain-breaking sword sect." The primitive embryo of Taoism opened its mouth and warned in a hoarse voice. "You!" Hearing the primitive embryo of Taoism's warning, the law-breaking sword was furious. However, he was indeed a little worried about the primitive embryo of Taoism. "I'll count to 3. If you don't start the battle, don't blame me for killing." The primitive embryo of Taoism said with murderous intent. "Master, what should we do?" Losing the sword spirit and the ancestral bloodline was equivalent to cutting off the arms of the mountain-breaking sword master. Facing the invincible and extraordinarily powerful primitive embryo of Tao, Wen Tian was at a loss. He had no choice but to send a message to the law-breaking sword. What should we do? The law-breaking sword was also troubled. 1, 2, 3. Since you don't know what's good for you, let me send you to hell. Just then, while the law-breaking sword and the others were hesitating, the primitive embryo of Taoism counted to 3. Then, like an invincible god of war, he attacked the strongest sword of the mountain-breaking sword sect, carrying a suffocating amount of ancestral power. Wait! The primitive embryo of Taoism attacked with murderous intent. The law-breaking sword was scared. However, the primitive embryo of Taoism didn't care about him at all. It kept punching out fist radiance that shattered the golden sword radiance and attacked his body. Borrowing the power of the golden sword, the law-breaking sword blocked the 3 space-shattering fist lights launched by the primitive embryo of Tao with brute force. But the sword couldn't take it anymore. The golden sword of the mountain-breaking sword sect was cracked by the primitive embryo of Taoism's powerful fists. Go to hell! The primitive embryo of Taoism suddenly moved. Under the horrified gaze of the law-breaking sword, it suddenly closed in and tore his attack apart. It grabbed his body. Ah! The law-breaking sword let out a painful cry. His entire body was torn in half by the primitive embryo of Taoism. His soul was also destroyed by the ancestral light that the primitive embryo of Taoism spat out. Chapter 1878. Do you still want to stop me? After tearing apart the body of the half-ancestor level sword, the primitive embryo of Tao looked at Wen Tian and the others, who were trembling in fear. No, we don't dare. Wen Tian was scared out of his wits by the primitive embryo of Tao's strength. Under the primitive embryo of Tao's cold gaze, he obediently opened the sect's protective formation and allowed the primitive embryo of Tao to leave. Sect Master, what should we do? Great Elder Huo looked at the body of the law-breaking sword in a pool of blood, and his mind was in a mess. Seal off all news. If anyone dares to spread what happened today, I'll kill them. Wen Tian ordered with a dark expression. He really couldn't understand why such a thing would happen to the mountain-breaking sword sect at such a critical moment. Not only was the guardian sword spirit killed, the ancestral vein was broken, and the law-breaking sword was also killed. Could that person be Lu Dehui's accomplice? A thought flashed through Wen Tian's mind. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. If that person was Lu Dehui's accomplice, he wouldn't have killed the law-breaking sword, but Yi Qinfeng instead. Could this be just an accident? Or is there someone who doesn't want our mountain-breaking sword sect to enter the Sword Palace? Wen Tian felt like his mind was in a mess. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng put the primitive embryo of Tao back into the universe realm and met up with his mirror image clone in the forest of the 100 Swords Peak. Wen Tian Sect Master, what happened? Yi Qinfeng looked at Wen Tian, whose eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His expression was so dark that it looked like water was about to drip from it. Sigh, honored Elder Yi, our mountain-breaking sword sect is finished. Wen Tian took a deep look at Yi Qinfeng, but didn't see a trace of doubt on his face. He sighed, then simply explained what had happened. Looks like there's someone who doesn't want your mountain-breaking sword sect to win the Sword Palace competition, Yi Qinfeng said in a low voice. Honored Elder Yi, you mean that the mastermind behind this is the heaven-shaking sword sect? Wen Tian's frown became even tighter. Actually, this matter is not difficult to analyze. Yi Qinfeng slowly said, Sect Master Wen Tian, you just said that when that person destroyed your mountain-breaking sword sect's ancestral vein and killed the guardian soul, he didn't start a massacre. Instead, he wanted to leave quickly. It was you who blocked his path of retreat and killed the old sect master. That's right. Wen Tian nodded. From this, it can be seen that even though that person is strong, he has his reservations. What he is worried about is not the overall strength of the mountain-breaking sword sect, but the ancestral rules of the sword region. If he starts a massacre, it will definitely alert the 3 sword palaces and even the sword god hall. When that happens, it's very likely that something unexpected will happen. That's why he's only destroying the foundation of your mountain-crushing sword sect. That way, even if your mountain-crushing sword sect becomes a sword palace, you won't be a threat to them in the short term. Yi Qinfeng said patiently. These hypocrites. Puwentian was already at a loss of what to do. Now that he heard Yi Qinfeng's analysis, he felt that it made sense. He gritted his teeth and said, Sir Yi, what do you think we should do now? With the death of Lawbreaker, Yi Qinfeng's importance to the mountain-crushing sword sect had become even more important. He asked, Their most basic plan is to prevent the mountain-crushing sword sect from becoming a sword palace. If we become a sword palace, we can destroy their plan. If we become a sword palace, we can borrow a large amount of resources to rebuild the mountain-crushing sword sect. As for the ancestral vein, we can slowly make up for it. Yi Qinfeng changed the topic and continued to guide Puwentian. As for who the mastermind is, I think we'll be able to find out during the battle for the Sword Palace. Sigh, with the death of Master, the chances of our mountain-crushing sword sect becoming a sword palace are very slim. Moreover, they have such a terrifying expert holding the fort. Puwentian sighed helplessly. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Wentian sect leader, if you trust me, leave everything to me. I'll do my best to help your mountain-crushing sword sect become a sword palace, Yi Qinfeng said as he looked at the powerless Puwentian. Sir Yi, I appreciate your good intentions. However, the person who came to cause trouble is too terrifying. I suspect that he's a 2-star or even a 3-star Dao ancestor. Puwentian shook his head and said helplessly, Wentian sect leader, I refined the sacred sword crystal you gave me some time ago. My ancestral sword spirit has been greatly tempered. If you can give me a few more crystals, in addition to the secret technique that Master passed on to me, I might be able to defeat a 3-star Dao ancestor. Yi Qinfeng felt that the sacred sword crystal was extremely beneficial for tempering an ancestral sword spirit. He was prepared to get a few more crystals to increase the power of his ancestral sword spirit. Really? Puwentian's eyes lit up. That depends on whether Wentian's sect leader is willing to bet on me, Yi Qinfeng said with a faint smile. All right, I'll give you 3 more sacred sword crystals. Even if my mountain-crushing sword sect fails in the end, I'll make those bastards pay a painful price. Puwentian gritted his teeth and reluctantly took out 3 more sacred sword crystals and gave them to Yi Qinfeng. Don't worry, I'll avenge the mountain-crushing sword sect for you. Obtaining these 3 sacred sword crystals was enough for his ancestral sword spirit to undergo a transformation and increase its power to the level of a middle-grade ancestral artifact. Because of the huge change in the mountain-crushing sword sect, Puwentian directly sealed off the 100 Swords Peak and used bloody methods to reorganize the mountain-crushing sword sect, killing all suspicious people. After obtaining the 3 sacred sword crystals, Yi Qinfeng ignored Yu Feier's enticement and began to cultivate in seclusion. He refined the 3 sacred sword crystals into his ancestral sword spirit and increased its power to the level of a middle-grade ancestral artifact. When Yi Qinfeng was tempering his ancestral sword spirit, he swallowed the sword spirit of a 4-star Dao ancestor. The god-devouring brain slowly evolved and gave birth to an extremely powerful child brain. Through sensing, Yi Qinfeng felt that this child brain could easily control the soul consciousness of a peak ancestral realm expert. Days passed, and the battle for the Sword Palace was getting closer and closer. In order to avoid Yu Feier's harassment, Yi Qinfeng had been hiding in the Cosmos realm to cultivate and break through to the 2-star Dao ancestor realm. However, after cultivating for several years in a 30-fold time flow, Yi Qinfeng did not make a breakthrough. After refining 2 Chaos Divine fruits in succession, the Chaos Divine beast in his body had increased by more than 10 times. However, he made a breakthrough and reached the 2-star Tao Ancestor Realm. Just as Yi Qinfeng was completely immersed in cultivation, the remnant soul he left outside sensed Po Wentian's aura appear in the Yanjian Peak. Guessing that they were about to enter, he left the Cosmos Realm and went outside. Honored Yi, they're less than 10 days before the battle for the Sword Palace. Let's go to the Sky Sword Mountain. Po Wentian, who looked slightly haggard, said. Okay. Chapter 1879. The Sky Sword Mountain was the second highest peak in the Sword Domain. Its height was second only to the Divine Sword Peak where the Heavenly Sword Hall was located. It was like an invincible divine sword that was inserted in the northeast of the Sword Domain. As the Sky Sword Mountain was too tall, the mountainside was already in the clouds. The peak of the Sky Sword Mountain was covered in snow all year round. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to reach the peak. We're here. The peak in front is the Sky Sword Mountain. Po Wentian pointed to the Sky Sword Mountain in front of them. Most of the peak was in the clouds, making it impossible to see the peak clearly. What a powerful sword intent! Seeing the Sky Sword Mountain getting closer and closer, Yi Qinfeng felt a powerful sword intent from the Sky Sword Mountain. He had a feeling that if the sword intent of the Sky Sword Mountain was fully released, it would probably be able to kill several Ancestor Realm Almighties in an instant. Let's go. The Sky Sword Mountain is the sacred mountain of the Sword Domain. In order to show our respect to the sacred mountain, everyone must climb from the foot of the mountain. Po Wentian stopped the worship at the foot of the Heavenly Assassin Sword and led Yi Qinfeng and the rest along an ancient stone path to the peak. At that moment, another huge worship appeared. Looking at the flag hanging high on the worship, Po Wentian recognized that it was the Hunyuan Sword Sect's worship. The Hunyuan Sword Sect's overall strength was originally on par with the Mountain-Breaking Sword Sect. However, after the Lawbreaker Sword was killed by the primitive embryo of Tao, the Mountain-Breaking Sword Sect's strength was no longer comparable to the Hunyuan Sword Sect's. Yo, isn't this the sect master of Wentian's seeking? You're early. A sarcastic voice suddenly sounded from the worship. The Hunyuan Sword Sect master, who was dressed in a black robe and had a divine sword on his back, led more than 10 Hunyuan Sword Sect experts and leaped off the worship. Sect Master Wentian's seeking. Why are you the only one leading the team? Where's the Lawbreaker Sword Sect Master? Why isn't he here? Just as Po Wentian was about to ignore the Hunyuan Sect Master and lead Yi Qinfeng and the rest away, the Hunyuan Sword Sect Master continued speaking. Hearing the Hunyuan Sect Master mention the Lawbreaker Sword Sect Master, Po Wentian's eyelids twitched. He knew that the Hunyuan Sect Master must have known about the Lawbreaker Sword Sect Master's death and was deliberately humiliating him. Primordial Chaos Sect Master, don't you know that the Law-Breaking Sword is already dead? Po Wentian forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Just as he was about to leave, a deep voice resounded in the Sky Sword Mountain. Tantai Fa. Hearing this voice, Po Wentian immediately recognized that this voice belonged to his old rival, the Tantai clan's patriarch, Tantai Fa. Heaven-seeking sect leader, ignore them. Seeing Po Wentian's ashen face and veins bulging on his forehead, Yi Qinfeng patted his shoulder gently and said, Dogs bite people, but people cannot bite dogs. Furthermore, dogs that bite people will not bark randomly. Haha! Consecrated Yi Qinfeng is right. They are just a bunch of wild dogs. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's sharp counterattack, Breaking Sky laughed loudly. Yes, the Hunyuan Sect Master didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so bold as to call him a dog in public. His face darkened as he looked at Yi Qinfeng, his eyes filled with killing intent. Po Wentian, your master has been killed. Your mountain-breaking sword sect is no longer qualified to fight for the Sword Palace. If you know what's good for you, scram as far as you can. Don't embarrass yourself. The Hunyuan sect master warned with an unfriendly expression. You don't need to worry about whether my mountain-breaking sword sect is qualified or not. Pawentian coldly snorted and said, You should think more about the Hunyuan sword sect. Let's go. With that, Pawentian no longer paid attention to the Hunyuan sect master and the others. He led Yi Qinfeng and the others up the mottled stone steps, step by step, towards the peak of the sky, Sword Mountain. Pawentian, you better pray that you don't run into my Hunyuan sword sect. Otherwise, I will make you pay with your blood. The Hunyuan sect master glared viciously at Yi Qinfeng and Pawentian's backs as he gritted his teeth and swore to himself. Consecrator Yi, do you think the Hunyuan sword sect and Tantai clan are behind this? Pawentian clenched his fists and asked coldly, I can't tell right now, but the mountain-breaking sword sect has been sealed. The news of the old sect master's death still spread, which means there are still spies in the mountain-breaking sword sect. Yi Qinfeng walked at an even pace as he replied. On the way up, he controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce. He silently comprehended the sword intent in the sky, Sword Mountain, and deepened his understanding of the way of the sword. I didn't expect that there would still be traitors in the mountain-breaking sword sect after I massacred them, Pawentian said with an ugly expression. It seems that the various major powers have long been plotting against my mountain-breaking sword sect. The sky Sword Mountain was tens of thousands of meters high, and the mountain roads were built around it. It would take a very long time to reach the peak. As the distance increased, Yi Qinfeng felt a powerful sword intent gushing down through the layers of clouds. With his strength and status, he was unable to reach the peak of the sky, Sword Mountain, under the pressure of such a terrifying sword intent. Swish, swish, swish. As they walked, an ear-piercing sound suddenly entered the ears of Yi Qinfeng and the others. Following the source of the sound, they saw a man dressed in a long white robe. His entire body was like an unsheathed sword, and he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. He stepped on the steep mountain walls and rushed towards the peak of the sky, Sword Mountain, at an extremely fast speed. Jintian Xing, the #1 genius of the Jintian sword sect. I didn't expect him to have broken through to the 1-star Dao ancestor realm. Feeling the powerful sword intent emanating from the white-robed man's body, Pawentian's face changed slightly, revealing a trace of solemnity. Yi Qinfeng glanced at Jintian Xing and lost interest in him. Although Jintian Xing, who had broken through to the 1-star Dao ancestor realm in less than 5,000 years of cultivation, was amazing enough, and his strength was enough to suppress the entire mountain-breaking sword sect, he was nothing in front of Yi Qinfeng. With Yi Qinfeng's current strength, he could kill him with just one punch. The Jintian sword sect should be our biggest enemy, Great Elder Hu said in a low voice. He's just a 1-star Dao ancestor. There's no need to fear him. Let's continue climbing, Yi Qinfeng said casually. He continued to walk at an even pace along the winding mountain road towards the peak of the sky, Sword Mountain. Not long after, Yi Qinfeng and the others felt a powerful aura appear again. Through the slowly drifting sea of clouds, Yi Qinfeng and the others could vaguely see a graceful figure emitting 5-colored light shuttling through the sea of clouds at high speed. Qian Bingzi, the princess of the Qian family. I didn't expect her to have broken through to the 1-star Dao ancestor realm. Watching the figure disappear in front of him, Pawentian was shocked. He never thought that so many juniors would surpass him in realm. Can he really turn the tide? Pawentian glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who was calm and unaffected, and placed all his hopes on him. Thump, thump, thump. After several hours of rapid climbing, Yi Qinfeng and the others gradually approached the peak of the sky Sword Mountain. where the temperature was constantly dropping and large snowflakes were drifting down. Suddenly, they felt that the snow-covered mountain was slightly shaking. An abnormally strong man, dressed in animal skin, revealing his red muscles, his long black hair casually draped over his shoulders, giving off an unrestrained feeling. He was stepping on the hard mountain walls of the sky, Sword Mountain, leaving many footprints. Tan Tai Xiong, how can it be him? Isn't he dead? Looking at the man in animal skin, Pawentian's eyes widened. He was so shocked that it was as if he had seen a ghost. Hearing Pawentian's exclamation, Tan Tai Xiong's gloomy eyes shone brightly. He glanced at the stunned Pawentian and revealed a mouthful of white teeth. What a clown! After saying that, Tan Tai Xiong ignored Pawentian and the others. Like a violent bear, he continued to step on the mountain walls and arrived at the peak of the sky, Sword Mountain. Yi Qinfeng glanced at Tan Tai Xiong, who had restrained his aura, and said indifferently, Wentian sect master, why do the other families have progenitor experts, but not your mountain-breaking sword sect? Sigh, bad luck, bad luck. Pawentian sighed softly and didn't say much. However, from his expression, he could tell that there was a story about the mountain-breaking sword sect. Chapter 1880. Reaching the peak of the sky Sword Mountain, Pawentian could see from afar that there was a simple and crude stone palace covered in white snow. Inside the stone palace, there were more than a dozen experts with terrifying auras and suffocating sword auras. The experts from the heaven-shaking sword sect, the Tantai clan and the Qian clan who had arrived early, were all waiting outside the stone palace. No one dared to enter the stone palace to drink tea. However, on their faces, there was no trace of unhappiness. Instead, there was deep respect. Qijue's Sword Palace. Looking at the dozen men and women in long robes who were slowly sipping tea, Pawentian immediately recognized them. They were the experts from the Qijue Sword Palace, the head of the 3 palaces in the Sword region. The white-haired elder leading them was the great elder of the Qijue Sword Palace. He had cultivated the Qijue sword technique to the great completion realm and was at the peak of the 4-star Dao ancestor realm. He was known for his fiery temper, Zhu Yanlong. Come, follow me to greet great elder Zhu. Pu Wentian showed a respectful expression and immediately led Yi Qinfeng and the others to the stone palace. He respectfully knelt on the ground and said, Wentian brings the disciples of the mountain-breaking sword sect to greet great elder Zhu and the seniors of the Qijue Sword Palace. Pawentian, I find that your mountain-breaking sword sect is getting bolder and bolder. There is actually someone who is not kneeling when greeting great elder Zhu. The Tantai clan master, who did not have a good relationship with the mountain-breaking sword sect, was wearing a black robe and had a black beard around his mouth. He was at the half-martial ancestor realm. He deliberately provoked Yi Qinfeng, who was standing there silently with a calm expression. Pawentian raised his head and looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was standing alone. He was so frightened that his expression changed. He quickly said, Honorji, what are you doing? Quickly kneel with me and greet great elder Zhu. Yi Qinfeng glanced at Tantai Fa and said indifferently, I don't have the habit of kneeling to others. Pawentian, who is he? The hot-tempered Zhu Yanlong put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the proud Yi Qinfeng. His expression gradually darkened as he asked in a low voice. Beads of sweat appeared on Pawentian's forehead as he tried to calm himself down and explained. Grand Elder, Yi Qingyu is a guest elder that our mountain-breaking sword sect just recently recruited. Humph, Pawentian, you need to keep your eyes open when you're recruiting guests in the future. Recruiting people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth will bring disaster to your mountain-breaking sword sect. Zhu Yanlong snorted and lectured him in a superior tone. Yes, Patian will remember great elder's lesson. Pawentian nodded and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had the urge to break off relations with Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng could hear the unfriendliness in Zhu Yanlong's tone, but he did not show any signs of panic. It was as if even if the sky fell, it would not make him change his expression. He stood in silence. Howl! Howl! Just when the atmosphere was a little strange, a high-pitched wolf howl suddenly sounded from the peak of sky, Sword Mountain. It shattered the snowflakes falling from the sky and startled Zhu Yanlong and the others. Bronze Sword Envoy is here! Zhu Yanlong and the other experts of the Qiju's Sword Palace stood up one after another and went to the stone hall to greet him. Pu Wentian and the others who were still kneeling on the ground were completely ignored by them. 4-star Dao Ancestor. Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. He found that the man riding the demon wolf was a 4-star Dao Ancestor. His strength was above Zhu Yanlong's. His mount, the Blood Wolf, was also extraordinary. It had reached the 3-star Demon Ancestor realm and was strong enough to defeat the 4 major sword sections. However, he had comprehended the 5 ancestor-level Dao diagrams and condensed the Eye of the Ancestor Dragon. He was fully capable of killing a 4-star Dao Ancestor. Bronze Sword Envoy's arrival did not disrupt his plan. Grand Elder Zhu, everyone, we meet again! Bronze Sword Envoy's bearded face showed a somewhat old-fashioned smile as he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Yes, 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I am older, but Bronze Sword Envoy is only a step away from becoming a 4-star Dao Ancestor. Although Zhu Yanlong was the Grand Elder of 7 Sword Palace and had a high status, he did not dare to act rashly in front of Bronze Sword Envoy. Haha, Grand Elder Zhu, you must be joking. I think you are old, but vigorous. You may not become a 4-star Dao Ancestor later than me. Bronze Sword Envoy had a good relationship with Zhu Yanlong. When he spoke, he showed a rare smile. Yi Qinfeng, don't be reckless later. Neither Bronze Sword Envoy nor 7 Sword Palace are people that our mountain-breaking sword sect can offend. Pu Wentian called Yi Qinfeng aside and warned him seriously as he looked at Zhu Yanlong, Bronze Sword Envoy, and the others who were exchanging pleasantries. Reckless. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and said, Even if Sword God was here, I would not kneel because they are not worthy. Yi Qinfeng, do you want to die? Stop talking nonsense. You will get our mountain-breaking sword sect killed. Yi Qinfeng's words scared Pu Wentian and the others out of their wits. Pu Wentian wished he could seal Yi Qinfeng's big mouth to prevent the mountain-breaking sword sect from being implicated by him. Haha. At this moment, a contemptuous laugh sounded. If Sword God was here, you would not kneel. Qian Bingzi, who was wearing a robe and exuding a cold aura, was tall and slender. She was only a little shorter than Yi Qinfeng. When she heard Yi Qinfeng's words, she walked over slowly with a cold smile on her beautiful face. I will not kneel. Yi Qinfeng glanced at Qian Bingzi's beautiful face and slender figure and said coldly, Arrogant and conceited guy, you're only here to show off. However, with your strength and status, I'm afraid you won't be able to see Lord Sword God in your entire life. Qian Bingzi rolled her eyes at Yi Qinfeng, not believing his words. No, I will see him very soon. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said seriously, Heaven-seeking sect master, if your mountain-shattering sword sect doesn't want to be annihilated, then you should chase this lunatic away as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will really bring disaster to your mountain-shattering sword sect. The Qian family had a good relationship with the mountain-breaking sword sect. Qian Bingzi warned him coldly and turned to leave. Yi Qinfeng, Ancestor Yi, I'm afraid of you. Can't you just keep your mouth shut? My mountain-breaking sword sect really can't bear the consequences. Pu Wentian was truly scared and begged. You're scared. Yi Qinfeng smiled and didn't continue speaking. If Pu Wentian knew that Yi Qinfeng had changed his mind and was preparing to start a massacre in the Sword Palace competition, he would probably go crazy from fear. And more people are coming. Just as Yi Qinfeng was standing in the snow in silence, waiting for the Sword Palace ranking competition to start, his powerful soul power suddenly felt 4 powerful auras appear at the peak of the Sky Sword Mountain, causing him to frown slightly. Very soon, the experts of the various superpowers also felt the 4 powerful auras and looked at the mountain path. Through the heavy snow, they saw 2 men and 2 women with swords on their backs. They wore the same white martial arts robes and walked on the snow without leaving a trace. Who are they? Chapter 1881. The people from the mysterious Sword Cave Heaven are here. Seeing the 4 people walking in the snow, Bronze Sword Envoy Jianlong and the others who were drinking tea in the stone hall stood up and walked out to greet them. Mysterious Sword Cave Heaven? What kind of power is this? Why have I never heard of it? But they are definitely not simple, since Bronze Sword Envoy and Great Elder Ju have come to greet them. Seeing Bronze Sword Envoy and the others walk out of the stone hall to greet them, the experts from the 3 sects and 2 clans felt that they were not simple. Mysterious Sword Cave Heaven, could it be? A thought flashed through Yi Qinfeng's mind. Everyone, let me introduce them to you. Bronze Sword Envoy nodded to the 4 people and said in a hoarse voice, "These 4 are from the mysterious Sword Cave Heaven. Like you, they are here to participate in the Sword Palace contest." What? Hearing this, the 3 sects and 2 clans were in an uproar. The 5 sect masters felt that something was wrong. So the Sword Palace contest is held for them. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and confirmed his guess. The Sword Realm suddenly held the Sword Palace contest, not for the benefit of the 3 sects and 2 clans, but for the mysterious Sword Cave Heaven. The Sword Palace contest was just a formality. Bronze Sword Envoy Great Elder, didn't you say that only the 3 sects and 2 clans are qualified to participate in the Sword Palace contest? Hunyuan Sect Master also found the key to the problem and said unwillingly, "The mysterious Sword Emperor approved the mysterious Sword Cave Heaven. If you have any questions, you can ask him." Bronze Sword Envoy said coldly. The smile on his face disappeared. Mysterious Sword Emperor, mysterious Sword Cave Heaven. The mysterious Sword Emperor was as famous as the Sky Sword Emperor. He was second only to the Sword God in the Heavenly Sword Hall. His swordsmanship was superb, and his strength had reached the 6-star Tao Ancestor Realm. He was second only to one person. At this moment, the experts from the 3 sects and 2 clans were disappointed. All their hopes and ambitions were gone at this moment. At this moment, they felt like they were reading books with the Crown Prince. They had completely become his background. Maybe Master's death has something to do with this mysterious sword wonderland, Pu Wentian murmured in his heart. However, he could vaguely guess the relationship between the mysterious sword paradise and the mysterious sword emperor. Even if he was given 10,000 guts, he would not dare to seek revenge from the mysterious sword paradise. All right, since no one has any more questions, we can begin the battle for the Sword Palace. No matter which force suppresses the other forces and obtains the final victory, it will be the 4th Sword Palace of our Sword region. When the 4 from the mysterious Sword Cave arrived, the Copper Sword Emissary did not waste any more time. He summoned a bronze battle arena, which floated in the air. When he released the restrictions on the bronze battle arena, the battle arena continued to expand and sat heavily on the peak of the Sky Sword Mountain. Mid-grade, transcendent, holy treasure. Yi Qinfeng did not expect the Heavenly Sword Hall to have such a treasure. He had a new estimation of the foundation of the Heavenly Sword Hall. All right, I will now announce the rules of the Sword Palace battle. The Copper Sword Emissary looked around at the crowd with different expressions and announced loudly, "The Sword Palace battle will be a single elimination round. Each force can send 4 people to participate in the battle. Once the candidates have been decided, no substitutions will be allowed. The last person who has the last laugh will advance. Now, family heads and family heads, please draw lots to decide your opponents." As he spoke, 6 white balls of light appeared in the copper sword emissary's hand and floated in the air. In the end, after drawing lots, the mountain-breaking sword sect met their old rival, the Tantai family. The strongest heaven-shaking sword sect met the Qian family. The mysterious sword cave met the Hunyuan sword sect. All right, now the experts from the mysterious sword cave and the Hunyuan sword sect, who have drawn lot number 1, please come to the battle arena. After the drawing of lots, the first battle began immediately. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. Xianxia, who was wearing a white martial arts suit, was not tall but full of charm. Rays of light flashed under her feet as she appeared on the bronze battle arena. Silence awaited her opponent. Sect head, let me go up and test her strength. The number 1 disciple of the Hunyuan sword sect, Yuanzhua, who had cultivated the glazed diamond body and had broken through to the half-ancestor realm, said with high fighting spirit. All right, the Hunyuan sword sect head nodded. He looked at Xianxia, whose body was covered in a layer of white light, and said in a low voice, "Do what you can, and don't try to be brave." "Don't worry, sect head. I will win this battle." Although Yuanzhua had not broken through to the ancestor realm, he had cultivated the glazed diamond body to the greater mastery realm. His physical body was comparable to a half-ancestor artifact. In addition, he had cultivated the Hunyuan sword art to the greater mastery realm. He was strong enough to fight an ordinary ancestor realm expert. "If you can block 3 of my attacks, you win." The delicate Xianxia looked at the burly Yuanzhua, who had leaped onto the battle arena, and said coldly with high fighting spirit, "Whoosh!" As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the 3 sects and 2 families were in an uproar. Although Yuanzhua had not broken through to the ancestor realm, he had cultivated the glazed diamond body to the greater mastery realm. His offense and defense were strong. Ordinary ancestor realm experts would not dare to say that they could defeat him in 3 attacks. Could this little girl be an ancestor realm expert? An inconceivable thought appeared in the soul sea of the experts from the various factions. "Okay, remember what you said." Yuan's were revealed a dangerous smile. He stimulated the power of his bloodline. His strong body continued to expand. The muscles on his body swelled to the limit. A layer of dark golden light covered the surface of his body, releasing a strong sense of oppression. "Maybe I won't need 3 attacks." When Yuanzhua raised the defense of the glazed diamond body to the limit, Xianxia made her move. The long sword hanging behind her let out an ear-piercing sound and flew into her hand. With a slash of the sword, the entire space shook violently. The terrifying sword light left a deep sword scar in the air as it slashed towards Yuanzhua's body. The speed of this sword attack was too fast. It was so fast that no one had time to think. However, the focused Yuanzhua caught the trajectory of this sword attack and immediately used the Hunyuan sword art to meet it. Kachacha! When Yuanzhua's Hunyuan sword light and Yu Xianxia's sword light collided, the Hunyuan sword light shattered like glass. What? Yuanzhua's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that his full power attack was broken so easily. Just when he wanted to dodge, this extreme sword light ruthlessly slashed his body, leaving a deep sword scar on his body that was comparable to a pseudo-ancestor artifact. He was forced to retreat step by step. Second sword. After injuring Yuanzhua with 1 sword attack, Xianxia followed up with another attack. She lightly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and leaped high into the air. In an instant, hundreds of incomparably sharp sword shadows appeared, cutting through all obstacles and slashing towards Yuanzhua, whose expression changed greatly. Chi! 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 Amidst the dense, shattering sounds, Yuanzhua's continuous attacks were shattered. The dense sword shadows continued to slash his body, riddling his glazed diamond body with thousands of holes. He was thrown hundreds of meters away, directly falling out of the stage and losing the battle. In just 2 moves, the #1 genius of the Hunyuan sword sect, Yuanzhua, who had cultivated the glazed diamond body to the great success stage, had lost the battle. Chapter 1882. Next. After defeating Yuanzhua, Xianxia looked at the ashen-faced Hunyuan sect master and the others and said domineeringly, "One-star Tao ancestor, how can mysterious sword, cave, heaven be so strong? They just sent a little girl and she's already a 1-star Tao ancestor." Seeing Xianxia's strength, Puwentian was shocked. The Tao ancestor realm was his life's goal, but he couldn't cross the last step. He couldn't imagine how Xianxia had become a 1-star Tao ancestor. Not only is Xianxia a 1-star Tao ancestor, the sword in her hand is also a quasi-ancestral artifact. Yi Qinfeng's eyes were extremely sharp. With a single glance, he could tell that Xianxia was a quasi-ancestral artifact. Ah, it seems that our mountain-breaking sword sect has no hope of winning the Sword Palace battle. Puwentian sighed deeply and said in despair, "Not necessarily." Yi Qinfeng shook his head. However, after seeing Xianxia's strength, no one in the mountain-breaking sword sect thought highly of Yi Qinfeng. In their opinion, Xianxia alone could defeat them. Moreover, there were still 3 people from mysterious Sword Cave Heaven who hadn't fought yet, and they were probably stronger. "Let me." Hunyuan sect master took a deep breath and appeared on the bronze fighting arena with the Hunyuan sword sect's most precious treasure, a supreme grade, transcendent, divine weapon. Although Hunyuan sect master was slightly stronger than Yuanzhua, there was a limit to his strength. He was only able to block 4 of Xianxia's attacks before he was sent flying out of the arena by Xianxia's fierce killing move, losing the match. Hunyuan sword sect admits defeat. The 2 strongest people were defeated by Xianxia one after another, and she didn't consume much energy. Hunyuan sect master was pale and had no choice but to admit defeat in humiliation. "It's our turn." After mysterious sword Cave Heaven and Hunyuan sword sect, it was the mountain-breaking sword sect and Tantai clan's turn. "Puwentian, even if Tantai clan doesn't have the last laugh, we'll trample you under our feet." Tantai Fa looked fiercely at Puwentian and the others and said coldly in his heart, "Father, let me go first." Tantaying, who was a 6-star Tao god, was wearing a black martial arts suit that outlined her sexy body. Her fair face was full of pockmarks, and there was an obvious scar at the corner of her eye that destroyed the beauty of her face. Tantaying, who was a 6-star Tao god, spoke with high fighting spirit. "All right." Tantai Fa nodded and said, "Don't show mercy. Killing is not a taboo in this contest for the Sword Palace. It would be best if we can kill 1 or 2 of them." "Don't worry, father. I know what to do." Tantaying nodded. She exerted some force with her slender legs and drew a beautiful arc in the air before landing in the center of the combat arena. "Great Elder Hor, who do you want to go first?" When Puwentian saw that the Tantai clan had sent out Tantaying, who was ranked 3rd in the Tantai clan, he turned his head to look at Great Elder Hua and the others who had a grave expression on their faces. Although Great Elder Hua was powerful, he was not confident that he could defeat Tantaying. Moreover, he knew that given the grudge between the Tantai clan and the mountain-breaking sword sect, this battle would be extremely fierce. "Leave it to me." Yi Qinfeng took a step forward and instantly appeared in the combat arena. He appeared in front of Tantaying, who had a sexy figure but a ferocious appearance. Tantaying frowned when she saw Yi Qinfeng, who was standing tall with his hands behind his back. Silence. Tantaying looked at Yi Qinfeng. She felt that he was like a cloud of fog that she could not see through. She could not tell if he was real or fake. She could not help but put up her guard. She summoned an upper, transcendent, sacred weapon longsword and held it in her hand. She secretly increased her attack power to the maximum and was ready to launch a thunderous attack on Yi Qinfeng. Swish! An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. As soon as the battle began, Tan Tai Ying performed the strongest attack that she had mastered. Instantly, hundreds of extremely sharp sword shadows were intertwined and swept toward Yi Qinfeng like a meteor shower. Meteor's shadowless sword, Tan Tai clan's top-notch sword technique. In the face of Tan Tai Ying's meteor shadowless sword attack, Yi Qinfeng did not dodge. Instead, he stood on the spot in silence. Damn, what is that guy doing? Why isn't he dodging? I think he is scared silly by Tan Tai clan's meteor shadowless sword and does not know what to do. Just when everyone thought that Yi Qinfeng would be penetrated by the meteor's shadowless sword and die, Yi Qinfeng made his move. He gently waved his arm, and a force of over 500 billion jin instantly erupted, causing the space in front of him to vibrate violently. Like a raging wave, it shattered the layers of meteor shadowless swords and blasted onto Tan Tai Ying's body, sending her flying. Boom! Tan Tai Ying fell out of the combat arena. Her broken body could not withstand the terrifying strength that surged into her body and shattered immediately. Oh my God, am I seeing things? He waved his arm gently and killed Tan Tai Ying, who is a 6-star Dao god. Where did this guy come from? How can his strength be so terrifying? Amazing. It turns out that this guy is a ruthless character. Looking at the scene in front of them that was completely different from what they had imagined, the experts of the major forces exclaimed. They could not believe what they had seen. Seeing his daughter being killed by Yi Qinfeng, Tan Tai Fa could not help but roar angrily. He could not wait to go into the combat arena and tear Yi Qinfeng into pieces. What? You want to kill me to avenge your daughter? Looking at the angry eyes of Tan Tai Fa and the others, Yi Qinfeng put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, If you want to take revenge, you can come at me together. It will save time. No need. I can kill you myself. Tan Tai Xiong, who had disappeared for hundreds of years and had broken through to the 1-star Dao ancestor realm and cultivated his body to the level of an ordinary ancestor beast, jumped onto the combat arena and said with a murderous look, Naive. Yi Qinfeng looked at Tan Tai Xiong with contempt and spat out 2 words softly. You're courting death. Tan Tai Xiong's face darkened. A powerful sound wave erupted from his mouth and bombarded Yi Qinfeng. At the moment when he sent out the powerful sound wave, he summoned a best-grade Celestial Saint Tool level-long sword inlaid with 7 gems. The sword carried the momentum of heaven and earth and turned into a sword of Celestial Saint Tool more than 100 feet long. It slashed toward Yi Qinfeng. In the face of Tan Tai Xiong's double attack, Yi Qinfeng's expression did not change. He took a step forward. As he took a step forward, the middle-grade Celestial Saint Tool level combat arena trembled violently. Boom! Yi Qinfeng punched Tan Tai Xiong with a shocking power. With an unparalleled power, the punch shattered the sound wave and the sword of Celestial Saint Tool. It shook Tan Tai Xiong back several steps. After shaking Tan Tai Xiong back with 1 punch, Yi Qinfeng took a second step. All the bones in his body sounded at the same time. He punched Tan Tai Xiong again with a stronger power. Dong, dong, dong. The combat arena trembled violently as if a heavenly bell had appeared, constantly emitting deafening sounds. Yi Qinfeng punched 8 times in a row. Tan Tai Xiong, who had no power to fight back, was forced to the edge of the combat arena. He spat out a lot of blood. The supreme-grade Transcendent Saint artifact in his hand could not withstand Yi Qinfeng's 8 punches, and cracks appeared on it. The last punch. Yi Qinfeng showed a cruel smile and punched Tan Tai Xiong, who was seriously injured for the 9th time. Chapter 1883. Tan Tai Xiong is dead. Oh my God, Tan Tai Xiong, who was secretly sent out by the Tan Tai clan to cultivate for hundreds of years, was killed by someone's fist. When did such a monster appear in the mountain-breaking sword sect? After witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng killing Tan Tai Xiong with 9 punches, the Sky Sword Mountain was filled with gasps. Everyone was deeply shocked by Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength, and the way they looked at him was constantly changing. Even Bronze Sword Envoy Jianlong and the people of the mysterious Sword Cave Heaven were surprised by Yi Qinfeng's terrifying physical strength. He actually has such strength? Qian Bingzi, who had never taken Yi Qinfeng seriously, had a strange light in her eyes. Po Wentian, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised, and the sullenness in his heart was swept away. Xiong'er, Tantai Fa could not accept this fact at all. He let out a long cry and was about to rush into the arena to fight Yi Qinfeng. Family head, don't be impulsive. Yi Qinfeng is too strong. Even if you rush up, you can't avenge the young master and young lady. Several elders of the Tantai clan held Tantai Fa, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, and tried to persuade him loudly. Tantai Fa, I'm standing right here. If you want to avenge them, then come up. When Yi Qinfeng saw Tantai Fa being hugged by several people, he placed his hands behind his back and looked at him calmly. Then he spoke with neither joy nor sorrow. The Tantai clan admits defeat. The first elder of the Tantai clan glared angrily at Yi Qinfeng, but he had to admit defeat in the end. I originally thought that the mountain-breaking sword sect and the Hunyuan sword sect were the two weakest forces. Now it seems that the mountain-breaking sword sect is obviously a wolf in sheep's clothing. Their true strength may be even stronger than our heaven-shaking sword sect. It's useless no matter how strong the mountain-breaking sword sect is. The main character today is destined. I'm afraid no one can defeat the mysterious Sword Cave Heaven and take the position of the Sword Palace. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng had forced the Tantai clan to bow their heads to him, the various forces began to quietly discuss the mountain-breaking sword sect. Even the people from the Seven Absolute Sword Palace were secretly sizing up Po Wentian and the others. Next match, Heaven-Shaking Sword Sect versus Qian Family. The elder of the Qijue Sword Palace, who was in charge of presiding over the battle for the Sword Palace, looked deeply at Yi Qinfeng as he stepped down from the arena and announced loudly, "The match between the Heaven-Shaking Sword Sect and the Qian Family was the most exciting of the three matches. The two forces were evenly matched in strength, and their foundations were similar as well. They fought to the last person. In the end, the number one genius of the Heaven-Shaking Swordsmanship sect, Zhen Tianxing, who had broken through to the one-star Dao ancestor realm, defeated Qian Bingzi, the peerless goddess of the Qian family, and won the third match for the Heaven-Shaking Swordsmanship sect. At this point, the three Sword Palace battles had ended. The Mountain-Breaking Sword sect, the Shenjin Grotto, and the Heaven-Shaking Sword sect had advanced to the second round. All right, you all have a day to rest. The second round of the competition will begin tomorrow morning. The second round will be a round-robin tournament. The faction that has the last laugh will be promoted to the Sword Palace." The Seven Despair Sword Palaces first elder announced. "Awesome. I've never been as happy as I am today. Even if I can't be promoted to the Sword Palace, it's still worth it." Watching Yi Qinfeng kill the two geniuses of the Tantai family, Po Wentian felt extremely satisfied. In addition, the Hunyuan sword sect had also suffered heavy casualties. As long as the mountain-breaking sword sect seized the opportunity, they would be able to suppress the other two forces. However, Yi Qinfeng, if you encounter the Xianjin Grotto tomorrow, you must not go on a killing spree. If I'm not wrong, the Xianjin Grotto is related to the Xianjian Emperor. If you offend the Xianjian Emperor, other than the Sword God, no one can save you. Po Wentian warned seriously. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Yi Qinfeng replied indifferently. However, he was not going to show any mercy. After all, the Sword Domain had betrayed the human race and joined the Heaven race. This made Yi Qinfeng feel ashamed. After going deep into the Sword Domain, Yi Qinfeng realized that the Sword Domain's overall strength was very strong. If the Sword Domain appeared, it might set off a bloody storm in the Void God world. It might even threaten the human race. Therefore, Yi Qinfeng was prepared to nip this threat in the bud. First Elder Ju. do you know the background of Yi Qinfeng? After seeing Yi Qinfeng kill Tantai Ying and Tantai Xiong, the bronze sword emissary revealed a shocked expression. He found Zhu Yanlong and asked in a low voice, I heard from Po Wentian that Yi Qinfeng is a guest of the mountain-breaking sword sect. Zhu Yanlong said, Guest? The bronze sword emissary said with an unfriendly expression, First, Elder Zhu, you should know the significance of this battle. There is only one main character in this battle, and that is the mysterious sword grotto. Therefore, you should warn the mountain-breaking sword sect and tell them to restrain themselves. If that Yi Qinfeng recklessly kills the descendant of the mysterious sword emperor, then you and I won't be able to bear the consequences. I understand. I will call Po Wentian over right now. Zhu Yanlong said with an ashen expression. He immediately ordered someone to call Po Wentian over to the stone hall. No one knew what they talked about, but when Po Wentian left the stone hall, his brows were tightly knitted together as if he was having an intense mental struggle. Sai, forget it. Thinking about how terrifying the 7 Absolute Sword Palace was, Po Wentian took a deep breath. He took out a fragrant wine and found Yi Qinfeng sitting cross-legged in the snow. Honored Elder Yi, the weather is very cold. Do you want to drink my mountain-breaking sword sect's unique wine to dispel the cold? Wine. Yi Qinfeng opened his eyes that shot out a myriad of lights. He looked at Po Wentian's slightly unnatural expression and said, Okay, I'll try it. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng took the wine from Wentian. After opening it, he gulped down 2 large mouthfuls of wine. It is indeed a good wine. Yi Qinfeng revealed a thought-provoking smile as he downed the entire bottle of fragrant wine. Honored Elder Yi, rest well. I'll leave the round-robin competition to you tomorrow. After Yi Qinfeng finished the entire bottle, Po Wentian heaved a sigh of relief and left with the empty bottle. Yi Qinfeng's expression turned cold as he watched Po Wentian leave. He closed his eyes and controlled the chaos divine to completely absorb the poison in the wine. The night passed quickly. When the first rays of the morning sun shone through the snow and onto the peak of Sky Sword Mountain, the second day's round-robin competition began. Just as Yi Qinfeng had guessed, the first match was between the mountain-breaking sword sect and the heaven-shaking sword sect. Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who represented the mountain-breaking sword sect and was the first to enter the stage, the heaven-shaking sword sect master Jin Taohai, who had broken through to the 1-star Dao ancestor realm, revealed a solemn expression and said, Tianqing, this Yi Qinfeng should be the same as you, a 1-star Dao ancestor expert. You must be careful when facing him. If you can't beat him, immediately admit defeat. Don't worry, Father. I will definitely cut off his head. Zhen Tianqing, who is known as the #1 expert of the younger generation of the 3 sects and 2 clans, had absolute confidence in his own strength. He leaped into the air with a quasi-ancestor-level longsword in his hand and landed in front of Yi Qinfeng. Zhen Tianqing raised his quasi-ancestor-level longsword high and pointed it at Yi Qinfeng as he said arrogantly and overbearingly, Yi Qinfeng, show me your true strength. Only then will it be interesting. Yi Qinfeng clasped his hands behind his back and directly looked down on Zhen Tianqing, who had suppressed the younger generation of the 3 sects and 2 clans, and said, You think you're not qualified to see my true strength? Is that so? I'll let you know right away whether I have this ability or not. Zhen Tianqing's eyes shot out rays of sharpness. A powerful sword intent spread out from his tall and straight body, pushing his strength to rise steadily. Chapter 1884. 2-star Dao Ancestor. This Zhen Tianqing actually concealed his strength when he fought with me. Sensing that Zhen Tianqing had the strength of a 2-star Dao Ancestor in an instant, the proud and arrogant Qian Bingzi suffered a heavy blow. Heavens! Zhen Tianqing actually concealed such a trump card. Consecrator Yi Qinfeng is probably going to lose. Great Elder Hua shook his head, no longer optimistic about Yi Qinfeng. Not only did great Elder Hua of the mountain-breaking sword sect not think highly of Yi Qinfeng, but almost everyone present also did not think highly of Yi Qinfeng. In the progenitor realm, the difference in strength between each level was very big. It was almost impossible to defeat an enemy of a higher level. Die. Zhen Tianqing's eyes shot out rays of ominous light. He quickly stabbed the half-step ancestor longsword in his hand towards Yi Qinfeng's throat like a lightning bolt. A 2-star Dao ancestor wants to defeat me. Yi Qinfeng revealed a disdainful smile. Silence stood where he was, allowing the incomparably sharp half-step ancestor longsword to stab towards his throat. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's throat being pierced by the sword, Yi Qinfeng suddenly stretched out 2 fingers, crushed the sharp sword rays emitted by the half-step ancestor longsword, and clamped the tip of the sword. What? How is this possible? Is Yi Qinfeng's fingers an ancestral weapon? How can he clamp the tip of a half-step ancestor weapon? The silent sky, sword mountain peak, suddenly fell into chaos. The experts of various major forces continuously gasped. Elder sister, can you tell what realm Yi Qinfeng is at? Xian Xia, who had displayed her invincible might yesterday, was also disappointed by Yi Qinfeng's strength. She turned her head to look at Xian Ziwei, who had long purple hair, skin as smooth as milk, and a face that could bring calamity to countries without a single blemish. She could steal all the light around her just by standing there in silence. This Yi Qinfeng is very frightening. I don't have the confidence to defeat him. Xian Ziwei's beautiful eyes revealed a strange light as she stared at Yi Qinfeng and said in a serene voice, Elder sister, even you are not confident? Xian Xia was well aware of Xia Ziwei's strength. She was a rare genius in the Xianjian grotto. Even the Xianjian emperor had nothing but praise for her. With her age and strength, it would be difficult to find a match even in the heavenly sword hall. Yes, haven't you realized that Yi Qinfeng isn't using any sword techniques? He's just using brute force to fight his opponent. I think it's just as he said. This heaven-shaking roar doesn't have the qualifications to make him use his full strength. Xia Ziwei nodded. Then, sister, do you think he'll ruin our plan? Xian Xia asked worriedly. Don't worry, with father here, that Yi Qinfeng is useless no matter how strong he is. My mysterious sword paradise is destined to be the 4th sword palace in the sword domain. Xian Ziwei's cold face revealed an extremely strong confidence as she spoke without hesitation. Heaven-shaking Xing, did you not eat? Why is your sword so weak? Yi Qinfeng said indifferently as he tapped his finger lightly and flicked heaven-shaking sword back. Heaven-shaking sword technique. Suppressing the shock in his heart, heaven-shaking Xing unleashed the strongest sword technique of the heaven-shaking sword sect with all his strength and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of frequently vibrating sword techniques attacked, causing the space to tremble violently. While attacking Yi Qinfeng's body, it also attacked his soul. However, Yi Qinfeng's strength was much stronger than heaven-shaking Xing's. He withstood the soul attack of heaven-shaking sword technique and rushed towards the heaven-shaking sword radiance. Relying on his strong physical body, he directly shattered the heaven-shaking sword radiance and approached the frightened heaven-shaking Xing. Where do you think you're going? Feeling the terror of Yi Qinfeng, heaven-shaking Xing wanted to dodge. However, the moment he dodged, Yi Qinfeng quickly struck out with his palm. It was like a huge mountain that ruthlessly pressed down on heaven-shaking Xing's body, directly chopping him down to the ground from midair. Heavens! What kind of monster is that Yi Qinfeng? Even with Zhan Tianqing's current strength, the heaven-shaking sword art unleashed by the half-martial ancestor longsword in his hand was actually shattered by his body alone. Is this guy really going to defy the heavens? I had to make arrangements in advance and let Powentian poison him. Otherwise, the plan might be disrupted because of him. Zhu Yanlong whispered. The competition is over. Give me the antidote, Bronze Sword Envoy said with flickering eyes. Sword Envoy, you want to subdue Yi Qinfeng? Zhu Yanlong asked. That's right. This Yi Qinfeng is a talent. If I can use him, I can give him an opportunity. However, if he is stubborn, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Bronze Sword Envoy nodded his head as he said this. Tyrannical kick. After sending heaven-shaking Xing to the ground with his palm, Yi Qinfeng immediately stepped out with his tyrannical kick. It crushed the space and ruthlessly stomped on heaven-shaking Xing's body with a force of billions of genes. The terrifying power directly stomped on heaven-shaking Xing's body, causing him to howl in pain, and the sound of bones breaking resounded. Heaven-shaking. Seeing that heaven-shaking Xing was in danger, Heaven-shaking Hai's eyes immediately turned red and he shouted, Stop! I admit defeat on behalf of heaven-shaking Xing. In the face of heaven-shaking Hai's roar, Yi Qinfeng was unmoved. He stepped out a second time. With one step, everything wailed. The terrifying power seemed to want to trample through the arena. It ruthlessly stomped on heaven-shaking Xing's body, turning him into meat paste. His incomparably hard Saint core was also crushed by the tyrannical kick. Yi Qinfeng, I just admitted defeat on behalf of heaven-shaking Xing. Why do you still want to kill him? Seeing heaven-shaking Xing being stomped into meat paste by Yi Qinfeng, heaven-shaking Hai felt his heart bleeding. He roared at Yi Qinfeng. Is that so? But I didn't hear it. Yi Qinfeng stood in the air and looked at heaven-shaking Xing, who was roaring like an angry lion, and said plainly, Yi Qinfeng, my heaven-shaking sword sect will not rest until you die. Heaven-shaking Xing was the heaven-shaking sword sect's greatest hope. Even if the heaven-shaking sword sect couldn't advance into a sword palace, heaven-shaking sword sect wouldn't decline for tens of thousands of years with heaven-shaking Xing around. But now, heaven-shaking sword sect's future pillar, heaven-shaking sword sect, had suffered an immeasurable loss. Won't rest until you die. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said domineeringly, Sure, then your heaven-shaking sword sect can come at me together. Let's see who will die in the end. You. Heaven-shaking Hai was so angry that he almost lost his mind. However, Yi Qinfeng's strength was too horrifying, causing him to be fearful. Moreover, since Yi Qinfeng dared to challenge the heaven-shaking sword sect alone, he must have some unknown means. Thinking about this, his rationality suppressed his anger. Heaven-shaking Hai Tao took a few deep breaths and held back his impulse. Yi Qinfeng, my heaven-shaking sword sect admits defeat this time. But this enmity, my heaven-shaking sword sect, will definitely take revenge. Just wait for our revenge. No need to be so troublesome. Let's wait for the Sword Palace contest to end and settle this. Yi Qinfeng said plainly. Sect Master Zhen, I wonder if you will continue the contest? The elders of the Qijue Sword Palace looked at heaven-shaking Hai Tao and the others and asked in a low voice, My heaven-shaking sword sect admits defeat. Hearing the threat in Yi Qinfeng's words, heaven-shaking Hai Tao and the others revealed a deep fear. However, thinking about the relationship between heaven-shaking sword sect and Qijue Sword Palace, they were slightly relieved. They were prepared to pay any price to ask Zhu Yanlong to kill Yi Qinfeng and avenge heaven-shaking Xing. Coward! Chapter 1885. After 2 hours of rest, we will begin the second match between the heaven-shaking sword sect and the mysterious Sword Paradise. After the first match, the elder of the Qijue Sword Palace looked deeply at Yi Qinfeng and announced loudly, The heaven-shaking sword sect admits defeat. The death of Zhen Tianqing was a huge blow to Zhen Haitao. In order to take revenge on Yi Qinfeng, Zhen Haitao directly admitted defeat and allowed the mysterious Sword Paradise to compete with Yi Qinfeng in their best condition. Since the heaven-shaking sword sect has admitted defeat, then the final match between the mountain-breaking sword sect and the mysterious Sword Paradise will begin in 2 hours. The winner will become the fourth sword palace of the sword domain. The elder of the Chijua Sword Palace announced loudly. There's no need for 2 hours. I didn't use much energy just now. Let's begin now. Yi Chenfeng didn't use much strength to stomp sky-shaking Xing to death. He directly leaped onto the battle stage and said, "Who else but me?" Damn it. If I don't kill Yi Chenfeng, I swear I'm not human. After being humiliated by Yi Chenfeng again and again, Zhen Haitao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If it wasn't for Yi Chenfeng's terrifying strength, Zhen Haitao would have lost control and jumped onto the arena to fight it out with Yi Chenfeng. The elder of the Chijua Sword Palace looked deeply at Yi Chenfeng and announced loudly, "Very well." Then I announced the start of the last match. "Father, sister, let me continue to be the vanguard. I want to see what he's capable of." Xian Xia looked at Yi Chenfeng with high fighting spirit and said eagerly, "Very well, Xia. Or this Yi Chenfeng is not simple. You must be careful when facing him. Remember not to be careless." The leader of the mysterious Sword Paradise, Xian Yi, solemnly warned. "Don't worry, father. I have the amulet given to me by the ancestor. I'll be fine," Xian Xia said confidently. The tip of her foot lightly touched the snowy ground. With a beautiful turn, she appeared on the arena as if she had teleported. "Yi Chenfeng, you're even more outstanding than I thought. However, if you want to defeat me, you'll need to show me some real skills." Xian Xia clenched her small fists at Yi Chenfeng and said aggressively, "If you can take 3 of my finger attacks, I don't mind showing you my true abilities." Yi Chenfeng looked at Xian Xia, who was extremely talented and had become a 1-star Dao ancestor at such a young age. Arrogant, Xian Xia was also a genius. When she heard the disdain in Yi Chenfeng's words, she was infuriated. With a thought, she summoned 18 extremely sharp half-progenitor swords, which floated above her head and locked onto Yi Chenfeng. Not bad. However, a half-martial ancestor is unable to harm me. Yi Chenfeng's body was as tough as a high-grade Transcendent Saint artifact, and he also had 2 ancestral armors, one of which was a mid-grade ancestral artifact. No matter how strong Xian Xia was, she couldn't break through his defenses. "Is that so?" Xian Xia ground her teeth and said, "I hope you'll still be so stubborn in a while." With that, Xian Xia didn't wait for the match to begin. She immediately controlled the 18 half-progenitor swords and launched a fierce attack at Yi Chenfeng with ear-piercing sounds. As the 18 half-progenitor swords attacked, Yi Chenfeng gently pointed his finger. With a point of his finger, a 10,000-foot-long sword light burst out from the tip of his right index finger. It tore through the air and pointed at the 18 half-progenitor swords. Buzz! 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 A series of ear-piercing sword cries rang out. The 18 half-progenitor swords were pushed back by Yi Chenfeng's point of his finger. "You're really capable." Xian Xia's expression changed slightly. She controlled the 18 half-progenitor swords and quickly merged them into a 10-foot-long sword of light, which was entwined with powerful Dao will. It slashed at Yi Chenfeng with astonishing power. As the sword slashed down, the entire space immediately went berserk. It gave people the illusion that the space was being torn apart by the giant sword. Faced with Xian Xia's combined attack of 18 half-ancestor swords, Yi Chenfeng still extended a finger to meet it head-on. He tapped on the enormous sword that possessed extremely terrifying might, enough to kill an ordinary 1-star ancestor realm almighty. Ka. After withstanding Yi Chenfeng's finger sword, which contained more than 500 billion gene of force and a portion of progenitor intent, cracks immediately appeared on the giant sword. In the end, it couldn't withstand Yi Chenfeng's finger attack and exploded. Sword tornado. Xian Xia didn't give up after her attacks were broken. She continued to use her ultimate move. She controlled the 18 half-progenitor swords to spin rapidly, forming an extremely powerful sword tornado. It swept Yi Qinfeng inside and began to strangle him. "I told you, the half-progenitor swords can't hurt me." Just when the spectating experts thought that Yi Qinfeng would lose a layer of skin, even if he didn't die, Yi Qinfeng pointed his finger again and directly tore apart the sword tornado. After breaking Xian Xiao's attack, he calmly walked out. How can Yi Qinfeng be so strong? Pu Wentian didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to hide his strength so deeply. Instead of being surprised, he frowned and couldn't help but think of the reason for the death of the lawbreaker sword. Bronze Sword Envoy, can you see Yi Qinfeng's true strength? Jianlong also didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so strong. He couldn't help but ask Bronze Sword Envoy, whose eyes flashed. Bronze Sword Envoy slowly said, Yi Qinfeng should be at the peak of the one-star Dao ancestor realm. However, his combat strength is terrifying. I'm afraid that he has reached the peak of the two-star Dao ancestor realm. Moreover, he hasn't used any weapons or techniques until now. It's possible that his true combat strength is comparable to that of a three-star Dao ancestor realm. Jianlong gasped and said, one-star Dao ancestor realm and the combat strength of a three-star Dao ancestor realm. When did such a terrifying monster appear in our sword realm? Humph! It doesn't matter how amazing his talent is. If he doesn't submit to our heavenly sword hall, then I can only kill him. Bronze Sword Envoy, who is a four-star Dao ancestor, snorted. In his opinion, it was useless even if Yi Qinfeng had the ability to reach the heavens. With his strength, killing Yi Qinfeng would be a matter of minutes and seconds. Very well, take my seal. After 3 fingers, Yi Qinfeng immediately changed his move. His hands quickly twisted and quickly condensed a powerful grand palm seal between his palms. It seemed to contain the sun, the moon, and the stars. Sun, moon, and star seal. Yi Qinfeng struck out with both palms. The sun, moon, and star seal, which had fused 500 billion pounds of strength and the ancestral Dao diagram of heaven and earth, attacked Xianxia, whose expression changed greatly. Feeling the destructive power of the sun, moon, and star seal, Xianxia spat out several mouthfuls of life blood and fused it into the 18 half ancestor swords. She activated their strongest attack and used the strongest move she knew to meet the attack. Boom! When the 18 half ancestor swords, which were filled with powerful Dao will, slashed at the sun, moon, and star seal, a series of shattering sounds immediately rang out. They were unable to stop the attack of the sun, moon, and star seal. Not good. Seeing the sun, moon, and star seal easily shatter the attack of the 18 half ancestor swords, Xianxiao's expression changed slightly. She used a strange footwork to dodge with all her strength, but in the instant she dodged, the sun, moon, and star seal, which was covered in cracks, exploded. The terrifying power blasted cracks in the tough space and bombarded Xianxiao's body. She was unable to dodge, and she was instantly annihilated. Just as Xianxiao's body was about to be torn apart by the explosive power of the sun, moon, and star seal, a piece of jade hanging from her neck shattered. It formed a powerful defensive power that enveloped Xianxia and helped her block the fatal attack. Chapter 1886. Sister, I will help you to exhaust his ancestral power. Seeing Xianxia lose to Yi Qinfeng without being able to fight back, a young man with skin even fairer than a young girl's and eyes shining like 2 black gems standing beside Xianwei said with an unparalleled battle intent, 2-star Dao ancestor. That young man from mysterious Sword Cave Heaven is a 2-star Dao ancestor. Heavens! How could mysterious Sword Cave Heaven have such a deep foundation? Even a random young man is an ancestral power. Feeling the battle intent and aura erupting from the young man's body, many experts from various forces were shocked. As for the Qian family, the Hunyuan sword sect, and the other forces, they were completely convinced. Xian Zhou, be careful. Xian Ziwei nodded and said calmly. No one could guess what she was thinking. Yi Qinfeng, I will fight with you. Xianzhou took a deep breath and flew onto the arena, like a sharp sword being drawn out of its sheath. 36 half-martial progenitor swords flew out of his body and circled around him. "You're not my match, either." Yi Qinfeng looked at Xianzhou, who was brimming with battle intent, and lightly shook his head. While Yi Qinfeng and Xianzhou were confronting each other, Zhu Yanlong immediately sent a message to Puwentian, asking him to use a talisman to trigger the poison in Yi Qinfeng's body. "Yi Qinfeng, don't blame me. Blame yourself for being too outstanding." After receiving Zhu Yanlong's message, Puwentian took out a black talisman and spat a mouthful of blood essence into it, activating the power of the talisman and triggering the poison in Yi Qinfeng's body. However, Yi Qinfeng's poison had already been devoured by the chaotic divine wood. When the black talisman in Puwentian's hand was burned to ashes, it did not cause any harm to Yi Qinfeng's body. How can this be? The sky absolute poison is ineffective against him. Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was calm and did not show any signs of being poisoned, Puwentian opened his eyes wide in disbelief. At this time, Yi Qinfeng and Xianzhou were engaged in a fierce battle. Due to Xianzhou's frightening strength, Yi Qinfeng didn't dare to be careless. He summoned a quasi-ancestral artifact longsword and interweaved sharp sword rays to engage in a fierce battle. "Puwentian, what are you waiting for? Quickly detonate the sky absolute poison in his body." Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was getting more and more valiant as the battle progressed, completely suppressing Xianzhou and forcing him to retreat, Zhu Yanlong transmitted his voice in exasperation. Reporting to the Great Elder, "I just burned a black poison talisman, but I was unable to activate the sky absolute poison in Yi Qinfeng's body." Polaris replied, not knowing what to do. "If one is not enough, then two. I don't believe that he can suppress the poison in his body forever." Zhu Yanlong gritted his teeth and said, Yes. Puwentian had no choice but to take out all the black poison talismans he had. He sprayed his lifeblood and ignited them all. His strange actions attracted the attention of all the major factions, causing many people to guess what Puwentian's intentions were. "Sect Master Wentian, are you burning paper money for the lawbreaker sword?" Yi Qinfeng, who was completely suppressing Xianzhou, glanced at Puwentian, who was sweating profusely, and said mockingly, You, meeting Yi Qinfeng's sharp eyes, Puwentian felt an indescribable panic in his heart. He had a feeling that Yi Qinfeng had already seen through his little trick and removed the poison in his body. "Wentian Sect Master, I advise you to save the paper money and burn it later. Perhaps there will be more people who will need you to burn paper money to help them ascend." Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled. His entire body fused with the quasi-ancestral artifact sword and slashed at Xianzhou, whose expression changed greatly as he controlled the 36 quasi-ancestral artifact swords to defend himself. The 36 quasi-ancestral artifact sword's defense was impregnable, but Yi Qinfeng's quasi-ancestral artifact sword was even more powerful. With one slash, the sword diagram formed by the 36 quasi-ancestral artifact swords was forcibly split apart. The terrifying sword aura carried with it the power to shatter mountains as it slashed at Xianzhou, who was unable to dodge in time. It shattered the amulet on his body and sent him flying out of the arena, thus losing the match. Yi Qinfeng looked at Xianzhou, who was vomiting blood and heavily falling to the ground, and said indifferently, "Another amulet. Your Xianjing grotto is very rich." Without the amulet, Yi Qinfeng's sword would have been enough to kill him. "Yi Qinfeng, you are really strong. But if you want to defeat my Xianjing grotto, this bit of strength is still not enough." A trace of anger appeared on Xian Ziwei's flawless face as sharp sword rays flickered under her feet. She was like a sword goddess as she appeared on the arena under the worship of tens of thousands of swords. Jade skin, divine body constitution. Yi Qinfeng stared at the incomparably cold and elegant Xian Ziwei with a trace of surprise. He did not expect Xian Ziwei to possess the jade-skinned divine body, which was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Your Excellency has good eyesight. After Yi Qinfeng pointed out her constitution, Xian Ziwei's calm eyes changed slightly. To respect your Excellency, I will do my best to defeat you. No, you are also no match for me. Yi Qinfeng looked at Xian Ziwei's beautiful face and gently shook his head. Is that so? I don't think so. Xian Ziwei took a deep breath and summoned an autumn water ancestral sword that was 6 feet and 6 inches long. The sword body was engraved with water patterns, and the hilt was inlaid with a godstone. Low-grade ancestral artifact. Yi Qinfeng was quite surprised to see that Xian Ziwei, a 2-star Tao ancestor, actually possessed a low-grade ancestral artifact. It should be known that an ancestral artifact was not comparable to a half-grade ancestral artifact. Without great opportunities and great luck, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain the recognition of an ancestral artifact. Yi Qinfeng, show me your true strength and fight with me. With that, Xian Ziwei attacked Yi Qinfeng with the autumn water ancestral sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! When she approached Yi Qinfeng, her body swayed slightly and instantly transformed into 8 beautiful figures, surrounding Yi Qinfeng in a circle. In the next moment, the 8 Xian Ziwei attacked at the same time, interweaving sharp sword rays to attack Yi Qinfeng, trying to cut him into pieces. 8 Ultimate Black Shadow Sword Technique. What a terrifying talent. Xian Ziwei has actually cultivated the strongest killing move created by the mysterious Sword Emperor. Seeing that Xian Ziwei had transformed into 8 figures to attack in an instant, the major forces were completely certain that Xian Ziwei and the others were the descendants of the mysterious Sword Emperor. Otherwise, the mysterious Sword Emperor would not have passed the 8 Ultimate Black Shadow Sword Technique, which was comparable to a supreme superpower to Xian Ziwei. Yi Qinfeng did not panic when facing the attacks of the 8 Xian Ziwei figures at the same time. He gently waved his arm and mobilized the powerful spatial energy to form a terrifying spatial storm above his head, slowing down the attack speed of the 8 Ultimate Black Shadow Sword Technique and tearing open cracks. When the 8 Ultimate Black Shadow Sword Technique's power did not decrease and cut through the spatial storm, Yi Qinfeng, who was extremely fast, had already disappeared, causing Xian Ziwei's attack to miss. 5th level spatial law transformation, spatial storm. Where did this Yi Qinfeng come from? Seeing that Yi Qinfeng not only had amazing combat strength, but also cultivated the illusory spatial law to the 5th level, many people had a strong curiosity about Yi Qinfeng's identity. The Copper Sword Envoy's eyes burned with passion. He had a strong interest in the spatial law that Yi Qinfeng had grasped. Not bad, not bad. Xian Ziwei, you are more outstanding than I imagined. Chapter 1887. Ancestral Artifact. Yi Qinfeng also has an ancestral artifact. Seeing the demon sealing sword spitting out sword lights that cut through space, the experts from the various factions were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Regardless of the outcome of the match, we must capture Yi Qinfeng. We must not let him leave. Bronze Sword Envoy did not expect Yi Qinfeng to have so many secrets. Not only did he cultivate the spatial law to the 5th level, but he also had the extremely precious ancestral sword. All right, I will order people to set up a large array at the peak of the sky, Sword Mountain, and seal this place. Zhu Yanlong nodded and called over several experts from the Qijue Sword Palace. He gave them a large number of array cornerstones and ordered them to set up an inescapable net around the peak of the sky, Sword Mountain. Yi Qinfeng, although you are powerful, it won't be easy for you to defeat me. Xian Ziwei's beautiful eyes shone with sharpness. With a thought, a sacred sword soul flew out of her sea of soul. A sacred sword soul. That beauty has actually cultivated a sacred sword soul. It seems like Yi Qinfeng is powerless to reverse the situation. Yeah, that beauty is already very powerful, now that she has summoned a sacred sword soul. Yi Qinfeng will definitely lose. Looking at the sacred sword soul hovering above Xian Ziwei's head, almost no one was optimistic about Yi Qinfeng's chances. However, Po Wentian, who was in a daze, felt his heart beat wildly. This was because he clearly remembered that Yi Qinfeng had condensed an even more terrifying ancestral sword soul. Is this your trump card? It doesn't seem like much. Looking at the saint-grade sword soul that was emitting a piercing red light, Yi Qinfeng smiled disdainfully. All right, this match can end now. I'll let you see my trump card. As he spoke, an unparalleled black light flew out of Yi Qinfeng's sea of soul and hovered above his head. Black. That is an ancestral sword soul. Heavens! What kind of monster is this Yi Qinfeng? Not only is his physical body invincible, but he has also condensed an ancestor-grade sword soul. How can he let others live? Horrifying, this is too horrifying. Maybe Yi Qinfeng will have the last laugh. He will be able to suppress the mysterious sword cave heaven all by himself and win the final victory for the mountain-breaking sword sect. The experts of the various major forces were stunned by Yi Qinfeng's strength. Even the proud and arrogant Xian Ziwei, who rarely put anyone in her eyes, showed a trace of absent-mindedness. This was because she was very clear about the difficulty of condensing an ancestral sword soul. Even with her talent and resources, she was not completely confident that she could condense her sword soul to the ancestral realm. However, not only had Yi Qinfeng done it, he had also raised his ancestral sword soul to a very high level. Am I really not as good as him? Xian Ziwei felt a strong sense of defeat. What tricks do you have? Use them all. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Yi Qinfeng controlled the ancestor-grade sword soul and fused it into the demon sealing sword, activating all the ancestral inscriptions in the demon sealing sword. He raised the demon sealing sword high and pointed it at the solemn-looking Xian Ziwei. Yi Qinfeng, you are really powerful. However, it won't be that easy to defeat me. Xian Ziwei took a deep breath and removed all distracting thoughts from her mind. She used the mystic skill of the mysterious sword cave heaven that had been passed down for countless years. She burned her powerful bloodline power and forcibly raised her strength to the level of a 3-star Dao ancestor. With her strength soaring, Xian Ziwei did not hesitate. She held the autumn water ancestral sword and stabbed out streaks of sword light that looked down on the world. They were like endless sword waves that surged and swept towards Yi Qinfeng. Slash! The sword waves that tore through space attacked. Yi Qinfeng did not use a powerful sword move. Instead, he held the demon sealing sword and slashed down in the void. He slashed out with the sword and killed without mercy. The terrifying sword light was like a crescent moon that ruthlessly slashed at the oncoming sword waves. He relied on his absolute attack to break Xian Ziwei's attack. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng stabbed at Xian Ziwei's towering chest with a sword. This stare was extremely slow in the eyes of the onlookers. However, in the eyes of Xian Ziwei, Copper Sword Envoy, and Absolute Flame Dragon, it was a different scene. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinfeng's slow stab appeared at Xian Ziwei's chest. The terrifying sword light cut through all obstacles and directly tore Xian Ziwei's clothes and her inner armor, revealing a dazzling, snow-white skin. If Xian Ziwei had not been so sharp and had not sensed danger and dodged early, this stab would have pierced through her chest. You! Seeing that Yi Qinfeng had cut open her clothes, revealing bits of her body, Xian Ziwei's body immediately shone with boundless sword light that enveloped her entire body. 2 intoxicating blushes appeared on her exquisite face. She looked at Yi Qinfeng with anger and annoyance. What? This is a battle of life and death. You still care about these things? Yi Qinfeng ignored Xian Ziwei's angry gaze and said, You should know that if you lose, you will lose your life. Yi Qinfeng, don't be so arrogant. It won't be that easy to defeat me. Xian Ziwei was so angry that her teeth itched. She activated the power of her saint-level sword soul and continuously used her strongest killing moves to attack Yi Qinfeng. Facing Yi Qinfeng, who was the strongest opponent she had ever met since her debut, Xian Ziwei's entire body's potential was stimulated. The power of her killing moves kept increasing. In addition, she used a secret technique to temporarily possess the power of a 3-star Dao ancestor. The entire arena became a sea of swords, surging violently. In the sea of swords, Yi Qinfeng did not panic. He was like an unshakable reef. No matter how the sea of swords attacked, it could not hurt him at all. How can Yi Qinfeng be so strong? Is he really only a 1-star Dao ancestor? It could be said that Yi Qinfeng's various techniques were beyond everyone's imagination. They could not believe what was happening in front of them. Father, do you think sister can win? Although Xian Xia blindly worshipped Xian Ziwei, after seeing Yi Qinfeng's amazing techniques, her confidence in Xian Ziwei's strength was constantly crumbling. It will be difficult. It will be very difficult. Xian Yi sighed softly. He had not expected this to happen today. Father, can you defeat Yi Qinfeng? Xian Xia gently bit her wet lips and asked somewhat unwillingly. Ziwei and I are on par. If Ziwei cannot defeat Yi Qinfeng, it will be very difficult for me to defeat him. Xian Yi shook his head. Then what should we do? Are we just going to give up the position of Sword Palace to the mountain-breaking sword sect? Xian Xia was unwilling to accept this. The mountain-breaking sword sect. Xian Yi glanced from afar at Wentian, who was like an ant on a hot pan. I really want to know how this will end today. One sword godless. Just as Xian Ziwei was unleashing her full power at all costs, Yi Qinfeng unleashed his ultimate killing move. The life-death ancestral Dao diagrams and the 5 elements ancestral Dao diagrams shot out of his body and merged with the demon's sealing sword. With one stab, all the light in the entire space was stolen by the godless sword. The light instantly dimmed. It was as if this unparalleled divine sword was the only thing left in the world. Chi, chi, chi. Under the onslaught of one sword godless, Xian Ziwei's sea of swords was constantly shattered. The astonishing speed made it impossible for her to dodge. She could only watch in a daze as the divine sword pierced her body. She watched as Yi Qinfeng's soulless sword pierced through her body and killed her. The amulet around her neck shattered, blocking most of soulless sword's attack for her. However, she was still shaken by the powerful aftershock and fell to the edge of the arena. Large amounts of blood sprayed out of her mouth, dyeing her beautiful face red. Xian Ziwei, you have lost. Chapter 1888. Young Master Yi, please show mercy. Don't take my daughter's life. Xuani knew that Yi Qinfeng was a vicious and merciless person. He definitely wouldn't show mercy to Xian Ziwei because of her beauty, so he immediately shouted. However, Yi Qinfeng was unmoved. He continued to point the demon's sealing sword at Xian Ziwei's throat. Because the demon's sealing sword was too sharp, a gash appeared on Xian Ziwei's neck. A large amount of blood flowed out. Yi Qinfeng, what are you doing? I order you to put down your sword immediately. If you dare to hurt Xian Ziwei, I swear I'll wipe out your entire family. The burly bronze sword envoy's face sank. He used the tone of a superior and loudly ordered. Yi Qinfeng ignored bronze sword envoy's warning. He stared sharply at Xian Ziwei's pale face and considered whether or not to kill her. Xian Ziwei bit her lips and stared at Yi Qinfeng's arrogant face. She stubbornly said, Yi Qinfeng, I've lost. However, if you want me to beg for mercy, you better give up. Even if I die, I won't bow my head to you. Sai, forget it. Yi Qinfeng did not expect Xian Ziwei to be so unyielding. When he thought about her relationship with the mysterious Sword King, Yi Qinfeng put away the demon's sealing sword and did not take her life. Yi Qinfeng looked at Xian Yi, who had let out a sigh of relief. and asked domineeringly, "Is your mysterious sword Grotto Heaven still going to fight?" "Yi Chinfeng, I don't know where you came from. But so what if you beat everyone? Ask Puwentian if he dares to promote the mountain-breaking sword sect to a sword palace." Bronze Sword Envoy stared coldly at Yi Chinfeng and said, "However, I see that your cultivation is not bad. If you are willing to submit to me, I can consider granting you an opportunity." "Haha, you think you're worthy?" Yi Chinfeng laughed. He did not think much of Bronze Sword Envoy at all. "Yi Chinfeng, do you still not understand the situation you're in? Do you know the consequences of refusing?" Copper Sword Emissary's face gradually darkened as he threatened. "Situation? Are you saying that the peak of Sky Sword Mountain is enveloped by an array formation?" Yi Chinfeng said fearlessly. "What? You found out?" Zhu Yan Long walked over and asked with a frown, "You want to deceive the world with such a lowly method? You guys are a little naive." Yi Chinfeng smiled and said disdainfully. He was not worried about his situation at all. Fine. Yi Chinfeng, I'd like to see if you can still be so arrogant after I capture you." The short-tempered bronze sword user was infuriated. He roared furiously, then summoned a rusty iron sword and hacked towards Yi Chinfeng. Copper Sword Emissary was a 4-star Dao ancestor. His full power attack was extremely powerful. The terrifying sword light was like a waterfall that cut through space. The terrifying power made everyone present feel fear. Yi Chinfeng is too arrogant. He really thinks that he is invincible after defeating Xian Ziwei. Copper Sword Emissary is a 4-star Dao ancestor. His strength is unfathomable. He is not someone he can fight against. Yes, this time he will suffer. I think that if he does not surrender, he will most likely be killed by Copper Sword Emissary. The scene of Yi Chinfeng defeating Xian Ziwei was shocking. However, Xian Ziwei was only a 2-star Dao ancestor. There was an insurmountable gap between her and Copper Sword Emissary, who was a 4-star Dao ancestor. It could be said that Copper Sword Emissary only needed one move to defeat Xian Ziwei. Primordial Bloodline, burn. Copper Sword Emissary slashed with his sword. Yi Chinfeng did not hold back. He quickly burned the powerful Primordial Bloodline, instantly increasing his strength to the peak of the 2-star Dao ancestor level. Then he merged with the God Blood Bead, increasing his strength to the 3-star Dao ancestor level. His physical strength also increased exponentially. In the end, it skyrocketed to 15,000 million gene of strength. Boom! Yi Chinfeng raised the Demon Sealing Sword, which had merged with an ancestor-level sword soul and clashed with Copper Sword Emissary's invincible sword. Just as everyone thought that Yi Chinfeng would be severely injured. Even if he did not die, the scene in front of them was beyond their expectations. They widened their eyes and were almost stunned. After the collision, Copper Sword Emissary's Skyfall sword light was continuously shattered. The Demon Sealing Sword, which was filled with 15,000 million gene of strength, crashed heavily into Copper Sword Emissary's rusty longsword. The sudden explosion of power shook Copper Sword Emissary, causing him to lose control of his body. Blood flowed from his perlicue as his entire body was sent flying. My God! Am I seeing things? Copper Sword Emissary, a 4-star Dao ancestor, is not his match? Was he hiding his strength in the previous few battles? The eyes of the experts from the various major powers nearly fell out of their sockets. Xian Ziwei, who had been defeated by Yi Chinfeng, was even more shocked. She did not expect that after using all her strength and using her strongest technique, she would still be unable to force Yi Chinfeng to use his true strength. How can he be so strong? How did he cultivate? Xian Ziwei stared at Yi Chinfeng. While she felt frustrated, she also developed a strong interest in Yi Chinfeng. Copper Sword Emissary, show me your true strength. After forcing Copper Sword Emissary back with one sword strike, Yi Chinfeng revealed an arrogant look. He raised the Demon Sealing Sword high and pointed it at Copper Sword Emissary. Good, good, good. Yi Chin Feng, I have underestimated you. Copper Sword Emissary's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he said, I will let you know the consequences of angering me. As he spoke, Copper Sword Emissary unlocked a powerful seal in his body. A thick sword intent burst out from his strong body, instantly increasing his strength to the peak of the 4-star Dao ancestor level. He posed a great threat to Yi Chin Feng. Go to hell! Copper Sword Emissary roared. He held his rusty ancestral artifact, longsword, and launched a fierce attack at Yi Chin Feng. The tide-like attacks were like a storm, tearing the entire space apart. Infinite chaos! Copper Sword Emissary attacked in anger. Yi Chin Feng immediately used the supreme magic that he had created. He slashed out with his sword. The towering shadow of the chaotic divine tree, which emitted the light of the chaotic 5 elements, broke out of his body. It turned into an endless amount of chaotic power and merged into the demon's sealing sword. It messed up the entire space and tore apart Copper Sword Emissary's continuous attacks. It was like a meteor crashing into Earth. It collided with Copper Sword Emissary in midair. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion at the peak of Sky, Sword Mountain. The terrifying power destroyed the entire space, piercing a huge hole in the thick clouds and illuminating a rare bright sun. Although Yi Chin Feng's infinite chaos was powerful, Copper Sword Emissary had the strength of a peak 4-star Dao ancestor. He was evenly matched with Copper Sword Emissary. Copper Sword Emissary suppressed the roiling blood in his body and continued to attack Yi Chin Feng with his killing move. Suddenly, Yi Chin Feng's forehead cracked open, revealing the ferocious eye of the ancestral dragon. When the eye of the ancestral dragon opened, thousands of rays of light shot out like billions of stars. They attacked Copper Sword Emissary, whose expression changed drastically. They directly pierced through his killing move, tore through his body's defenses, and sent him flying. Copper Sword Emissary, let me send you to hell! After using the eye of the ancestral dragon to severely injure Copper Sword Emissary, Yi Chin Feng immediately summoned the supreme-grade ancestral artifact, the Death Scythe. He used the way of equipment control to increase the attack power of the Death Scythe to the maximum and threw it out with all his strength. No. Copper Sword Emissary saw tens of thousands of ancestral glyphs light up at the same time. The Death Scythe was filled with destructive power, and it was getting closer and closer. Unable to dodge, he used his rusty sword to attack with all his strength. However, the rusty sword in his hand was only a low-grade ancestral artifact. It could not block the most powerful Death Scythe. Crack! The rusty iron sword was cut in half by the Death Scythe. The Death Scythe's power did not decrease at all. Under the horrified gaze of the Bronze Sword Emissary, it cut open his strong body and crushed his powerful soul, killing him on the spot. Chapter 1889. Gu. Bronze Sword Emissary is dead. He was killed by Yi Chin Feng. After witnessing the scene of Bronze Sword Emissary being killed by the Death Scythe, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Yi Chin Feng with fear in their eyes. Grand Elder, what should we do? Although the Qiju Sword Palace was the head of the 3 great sword palaces in the sword domain, only Palace Master Ju Wuqing could suppress Bronze Sword Emissary. Even Zhu Yanlong was slightly weaker than Bronze Sword Emissary. But now, the strongest Bronze Sword Emissary had been mercilessly killed by Yi Chin Feng, causing everyone in the Qiju Sword Palace to be at a loss. Roar! The death of Bronze Sword Emissary had completely enraged the 3-star demon ancestor, bloodthirsty fiend wolf. It angrily roared as its eyes shot out a thick bloody light. It opened its mouth full of fangs and crazily attacked Yi Chin Feng. The bloodthirsty fiend wolf's attack was activated. Yi Chin Feng, who had endless ancestral power, did not dodge. He punched out with the force of 1,000,000,000 Jin, instantly exploding and bombarding the bloodthirsty fiend wolf's body. With one punch, the bloodthirsty fiend-wolf was sent flying. Sounds of bones breaking could be heard from its huge body. Roar! Just as the heavily injured, bloodthirsty fiend-wolf continued to attack without any regard for its life, the eye of the ancestral dragon on Yi Qinfeng's forehead continued to shoot out rays of killing light. They directly pierced through the bloodthirsty fiend-wolf's heavily injured body, riddling it with holes. It fell onto the thick snow, dyeing a large patch of snow red as it breathed its last breath. A 3-star demon ancestor, bloodthirsty fiend-wolf, was killed just like that. What level of treasure is that vertical eye on his forehead? How can it be so powerful? Seeing Yi Qinfeng killing the bloodthirsty fiend-wolf so effortlessly, the experts from the 3 sects and 2 clans were trembling in fear. As for the sect master of the heaven-shaking sword sect, Zhen Taohai, who had threatened to fight Yi Qinfeng to the death, was so scared that his face turned pale. He wanted to find a place to hide so that Yi Qinfeng would not find him. Set up the 7 sword formation. The strength that Yi Qinfeng displayed was extremely horrifying. However, it did not frighten Zhu Yanlong. Zhu Yanlong quickly summoned an extremely powerful formation diagram that flickered with the Big Dipper. Then he set up the 7 absolute sword formation with 7 ancestor realm experts. 7 sword formation. Looking at Zhu Yanlong and the others who had fused with the formation map and stood in the shape of the Big Dipper, Yi Qinfeng's delicate face did not reveal a trace of panic. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. With that, Yi Qinfeng took a step forward and summoned the soaring immortal sword. With a powerful sword might, he charged at the heptagon sword formation. 7 Zhu sword slash! As Yi Qinfeng closed in, Zhu Yanlong, who was in charge of controlling the center of the formation, immediately mobilized the power of the entire 7 absolute sword formation and slashed towards Yi Qinfeng. Not only did this sword fuse the power of the array diagram, but it also fused the power of 7 great ancestor realm experts. The sword power virtually reached the full power strike of a 5-star Dao ancestor. 100 layers of space restriction. As the heptagon sword attacked, Yi Qinfeng immediately mobilized the powerful power of space and formed 100 layers of restrictions in front of him to block the attack of the heptagon sword. Chi, chi, chi. When the heptagon sword, which was astonishingly powerful, slashed the layers of the 100 layers of space restriction, it constantly shattered the layers of restrictions. However, when the heptagon sword formation broke the 100 layers of space restriction, Yi Qinfeng's figure was long gone, causing the attack of the heptagon sword formation to miss. Zhu Yanlong, don't look for me. I'm here. Yi Qinfeng's cold voice appeared behind the heptagon sword formation. Heptagon sword, slash again. Zhu Yanlong's face darkened as he continuously activated the attack power of the heptagon sword formation. He slashed out waves of extremely powerful sword light to attack Yi Qinfeng. However, Yi Qinfeng's movement speed was too fast. The powerful sword light that tore through space could not hurt him at all. As for Zhu Yanlong and the others who were continuously attacking, they consumed a lot of energy. Sigh. I didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen in the battle for the Sword Palace. Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was like a ghost, constantly moving in midair to dodge the attacks of the heptagon sword formation, the leader of the Xianjian Cave Heaven, Xian Yi sighed softly. Father, who do you think will have the last laugh? Xian Ziwei, whose confidence had been greatly damaged, gently bit her alluring red lips and asked in a low voice, although I want the heptagon sword palace to win, from the current situation, Yi Qinfeng has a higher chance of winning. Moreover, I have a feeling that Yi Qinfeng still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Xian Yi shook his head and said, It can't be, father. Yi Qinfeng is already very powerful. Don't tell me he's still hiding his strength. Xian Xia said in disbelief. Xia, you know that Yi Qinfeng is not only facing the heptagon sword palace. He killed Bronze Sword Envoy in front of everyone, which is equivalent to offending the heavenly sword hull. If he doesn't have absolute strength, he wouldn't dare to do so. Xianyi said, "Sai, this guy is really a monster. However, he is quite compatible with my sister." Xian Xia sighed softly. "Little girl, what nonsense are you talking about?" Xian Ziwei's face darkened, but 2 intoxicating red spots appeared on her white and tender earlobes. Challenging the heavenly sword hall? Is this guy really that bold? Thinking about how she had just ridiculed Yi Qinfeng for overestimating himself. But now it seemed that her ridicule was so ignorant, the peerless goddess of the Qian family, Qian Bingzi, smiled bitterly. Time passed by minute by minute. Yi Qinfeng used his sword steps and constantly moved around in the shattered space, dodging the attacks of the heptagon sword formation. As the battle was too intense, it affected most of the space on the peak of the Sky Sword Mountain, scaring the experts of the major factions to the edge of the Sky Sword Mountain. If the peak of the Sky Sword Mountain hadn't been sealed by the people of the Heptagon Sword Palace, the experts of the major factions would have long fled this place. After attacking for so long, I think you guys should be tired. Now it's my turn to attack. The powerful God-Eater brain could sense that Zhu Yanlong and the others were exhausted, and the power of the heptagon sword formation was decreasing. Yi Qinfeng stopped dodging and summoned the upper-grade ancestral artifact, the Life and Death Plate, to attack the heptagon sword formation. F***CK, another ancestral artifact. Could it be that Yi Qinfeng inherited the legacy of an old sword god? Feeling the invincible ancestral aura from the Life and Death Plate, the experts of the major factions who were hiding in the distance were shocked again. Rumble. The Life and Death Plate shook, and the terrifying life and death force passed through the heptagon sword diagram and attacked Zhu Yanlong and the others. When Zhu Yanlong forcibly mobilized the heptagon sword formation to attack the Life and Death Plate, Yi Qinfeng's entire body merged with the flying fairy sword and stabbed forward with the soulless sword. As the sword stabbed out, the 4 ancestral Dao diagrams gushed out from his body. When he merged with the 4 ancestral Dao diagrams, the soulless sword's attack power instantly soared to the extreme. The sword slashed through the heptagon sword diagram's defense and stabbed a heptagon sword palace's ancestral artifact expert who couldn't dodge in time. Bang! After being attacked by Yi Qinfeng's soulless sword, the heptagon sword palace's ancestral artifact expert's body was immediately pierced through, turning into a cloud of blood mist and dying on the spot. After killing one person, the heptagon sword formation was instantly broken. At this time, Yi Qinfeng raised the power of the 4 ancestral Dao intents to the extreme and struck out the 3,000 transformation God Fist, bombarding Zhu Yanlong and the others at close range. Although Zhu Yanlong controlled the heptagon sword diagram to defend with all his might, 2 ancestral artifact experts were still killed by the 3,000 transformation God Fist. Chapter 1890. 4 ancestral Dao diagrams destroyed the 7 extinction sword formation and destroyed the 3 Dao ancestors of the 7 extinction sword palace. Is this guy really human? The scene before their eyes caused everyone to stiffen in place. Their minds went blank and they were dumbfounded. 7 extinction sword strike. The death of the 3 Dao ancestors of the 7 extinction sword palace completely enraged Jianlong. He burned his powerful bloodline power at all costs and launched a killing move at Yi Qinfeng at close range. Ancestral Dragon's Eye. Jianlong transformed into endless sword light and attacked. The Ancestral Dragon's Eye on Yi Qinfeng's forehead immediately shot out endless light, penetrating Jianlong's 7 extinction sword strike and forcibly forcing him back. Swish, swish, swish. When Yi Qinfeng used the Ancestral Dragon's Eye to forcibly force Jianlong back, the 3 7 extinction sword palace ancestral realm experts who were lucky enough to escape attacked Yi Qinfeng at the same time. As they were too close to each other, and the speed of their furious attacks was extremely fast, Yi Qinfeng was unable to dodge, and was pierced by the 3 incomparably sharp, low-grade ancestral swords. Mid-grade ancestral artifact. Just as the onlookers were guessing that Yi Qinfeng's body would be pierced by the 3 low-grade ancestral swords, they were horrified to discover that Yi Qinfeng's body had an extremely strong defensive power, engraved with a large number of profound dragon patterns and inlaid with 2 ferocious dragon heads on the shoulders, had appeared on the surface of Yi Qinfeng's body. And the scene of the dragon armor easily blocking the attacks of the 3 low-grade ancestral swords, the onlookers guessed that Yi Qinfeng's ancestral armor was most likely a mid-grade ancestral armor. In the entire sword domain, there were no more than 3 people who possessed a mid-grade ancestral armor. Who are you? Zhu Yanlong's heart trembled when he saw that Yi Qinfeng even had a mid-grade ancestral armor. Although he was powerful, and his attack power was even more impressive, Yi Qinfeng's combat power was too terrifying, and coupled with the mid-grade ancestral armor's defense, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. What you should be thinking about now is not my identity, but whether or not you can survive. Yi Qinfeng sneered. He sped up the flow of time by 10 times and increased his attack speed to the limit. He ferociously attacked Zhu Yanlong and the other 3. Disciples of the Qijue Sword Palace, disciples of the mysterious Sword Grotto, disciples of the 3 sects and 2 clans, heed my command. Quickly follow me to kill the enemy. Yi Qinfeng's attacks were too ferocious, and his defense was beyond imagination. Helpless, Zhu Yanlong ordered loudly, preparing to gather everyone's strength to kill Yi Qinfeng. Father, should we make a move? The hesitant Xianxia looked at the gloomy Xian Yi when she heard the absolute flame dragon's roar. Don't attack! Before Xian Yi could speak, Xian Ziwei spoke. This, if we don't do anything, will great Elder Zhu blame us? Xian Xia said worriedly. Zhu Yanlong doesn't dare to offend us. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng must have some trump cards that he hasn't used yet. I think he will have the last laugh. Xian Ziwei said, That's right. I agree with Ziwei's suggestion. We choose to stand aside and not attack. Xian Yi nodded. The mysterious Sword Grotto ignored Zhu Yanlong's order, but the experts of the 3 sects and 2 clans didn't dare to disobey. The experts of the heaven-shaking swordsmanship sect, who had a grudge against Yi Qinfeng, rushed out first and surrounded Yi Qinfeng. They interweaved tens of thousands of sword lights and attacked his body continuously. Father, don't be impulsive. This Yi Qinfeng isn't someone we can offend. Our Qian family can't get involved. Just as the Qian family was about to join forces with the other forces to besiege Yi Qinfeng, Qian Bingzi grabbed the arm of her father, the head of the Qian family, and said loudly, Bingzi, do you think Yi Qinfeng will win? The head of the Qian family, Qian Tong, frowned slightly. Father, believe me, Yi Qinfeng isn't someone the 7 Sword Palace can deal with. Even if we help, it won't be of much use. It might even cause our Qian family to be annihilated. Qian Bingzi bit her lips and said, But, Father, let's make a bet. If we win, this will be the opportunity for our Qian family to rise. Qian Bingzi said, But if we lose, there will be no place for our Qian family in the sword realm. Qian Tong said with a worried face, Lose? Father, do you think Yi Qinfeng will lose? Qian Bingzi glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who looked like a celestial being, and said, Say all right, our Qian family will make a bet. Qian Tong found that the mysterious Sword Grotto didn't interfere. He gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Primitive Tao Fetus, Fiend God, Torch Dragon, Peacock King, Chaos Divine Beast, come out. Although Yi Qinfeng's strength was shocking and he was wearing a mid-grade ancestral artifact, the dragon armor, he still couldn't handle the combined attacks of the major forces. With a thought, he summoned many helpers. As for the divine Dao Su, the pinnacle evil ancestor and other helpers, he continued to hide. This was because if the Heavenly Sword Palace knew that he had a pinnacle ancestor protecting him, they might inform the heavenly race and cause a series of unnecessary troubles. When the fiend god, Torch Dragon, and the others appeared, they immediately unleashed their strongest attacks and tore apart the line of defense of the major forces. The fiend god, Torch Dragon, was a 3-star Dao ancestor, and the primitive Tao fetus combat strength had reached 4-star. In addition to the Peacock King, the Chaos Divine Beast strength surpassed the experts of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Soon, the casualties of the experts of the 3 sects and 2 clans began to increase. In the chaotic space, clouds of blood mist were constantly erupting, dyeing the sacred peak of the sky sword mountain blood red. It's you! When Po Wentian saw the primitive Tao fetus, he immediately recognized that it was the person who destroyed the ancestral vein and killed the law vanquishing sword. Boom! Just as his heart was trembling, the primitive Tao fetus threw a punch at him. The fist radiance that shattered the void directly blasted his body, killing him with a single punch. Phew, Bingzi, fortunately I listened to your decision just now. Otherwise, my Qian family would really be finished. Seeing the scene before him, Qian Tong let out a long sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, "This Yi Qinfeng hid too deeply. I really want to know who he is." Qian Bingzi was also attracted by Yi Qinfeng's martial prowess and methods. Her beautiful big eyes revealed an expression that was getting brighter and brighter. 7 absolutes break all laws. Looking at the situation that was completely out of control, Zhu Yanlong didn't retreat. He constantly spat out mouthfuls of blood essence and stimulated his own potential. He used the powerful killer moves of the 7 Absolutes Sword Palace to attack Yi Qinfeng. However, under Yi Qinfeng's control of the life and death plate, Zhu Yanlong's killer moves were constantly crushed by the life and death plate. Life and death plate decide life and death. Yi Qinfeng had endless ancestral power. He continuously injected ancestral power into the life and death plate, controlling it to constantly expand and release an endless black and white light of life and death to attack the surroundings. Ah! Shrill screams rang out one after another. Several experts of the 7 Absolutes Sword Palace who couldn't dodge in time were hit by the light of life and death released by the life and death plate. The vitality in their bodies was instantly destroyed. They fell onto the blood-stained, snowy ground and died. Quickly open the seal. Seeing the experts of the 7 Absolutes Sword Palace dying one after another, Zhu Yanlong's psychological defense had completely collapsed. He was flustered and exasperated as he ordered, "Want to escape? It's too late." Yi Qinfeng sneered. He summoned the dragon head ancestral bow and killed the experts of the 7 Absolutes Sword Palace who wanted to open the seal. Another ancestral artifact. Chapter 1891. Yi Qinfeng. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Since his escape route was sealed, Zhu Yanlong knew that he could only fight with his life. He performed the secret skill of Qijue Sword Palace and burned his own life force to increase his strength. For a short period of time, he had the battle prowess of a 5-star Dao ancestor. Life God Art. Yi Qinfeng didn't expect Zhu Yanlong to know a life God Art that was similar to the life spirit spell. He sensed a strong sense of danger from Zhu Yanlong's body. However, even though Zhu Yanlong's battle prowess had skyrocketed to the extreme and posed a great threat to Yi Qinfeng, he had almost sacrificed all of his life force. No matter the result, he would die for sure. Die with I. Zhu Yanlong roared furiously. He held a low-grade ancestral sword and slashed towards Yi Qinfeng. He wanted to use his powerful life force to kill Yi Qinfeng. At this critical moment, the primitive embryo of Dao suddenly stood in front of Yi Qinfeng and blocked Zhu Yanlong's fatal attack with its indestructible body. This is the primitive embryo of Dao. Zhu Yanlong's eyesight was much better than Puintian's. Sensing the ancestral power from the primitive embryo of Tao, Zhu Yanlong immediately guessed its origin. That's right. Yi Qinfeng nodded and handed over the scythe of death to him. Primitive embryo of Tao, kill him with me. Yes. The primitive embryo of Tao nodded and slashed towards Zhu Yanlong with the scythe of death. After performing the life god art, Zhu Yanlong's battle prowess skyrocketed and was comparable to a 5-star Tao ancestor. However, the primitive embryo of Tao was not much weaker than him. In addition, the scythe of death was a supreme-grade ancestral weapon. In the hands of the primitive embryo of Tao, half of its power could be unleashed. This posed a great threat and trouble to Zhu Yanlong. Yi Qinfeng, if you have the guts, fight me fair and square. Being attacked by the original embryo of Tao in a row, Zhu Yanlong felt that his blood was boiling inside his body. He roared like an angry lion. Are you an idiot? Why should I fight you fair and square? Yi Qinfeng was speechless. Why don't you just stretch out your neck and let me cut you? You what? Yi Qinfeng continued to mock. You are stronger than me. You are older than me. And you are using your life god art to fight me. What else do you want? Are you invincible just because you're thick-skinned? Brat, I will kill you. Zhu Yanlong didn't expect Yi Qinfeng's mouth to be so poisonous. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. The flames in his eyes seemed to want to melt Yi Qinfeng. Kill me? Maybe in your next life. As he spoke, the ferocious ancestral dragon's eye on Yi Qinfeng's forehead continuously shot out rays of light, attacking the absolute flame dragon. Under the attacks of the two extreme ancestral auras, the absolute flame dragon's attacks were greatly affected. He couldn't pose a threat to Yi Qinfeng at all. Meanwhile, under the crazy attacks of the fiend god Candle Dragon, the Chaos Divine Beast, and the Peacock King, the 3 sects and 1 family suffered heavy casualties. The 7 Sword Palace's warriors were all slaughtered and turned into minced meat. No, don't kill us. We know we are wrong. Please spare us. Looking at the minced bodies on the ground and the fiend god Candle Dragon and the other fiend god Candle Dragon, the warriors of the 3 sects and 1 family had their psychological defense completely collapsed. They fled in panic while begging for mercy. Don't show any mercy. Kill them all. Yi Qinfeng showed no mercy to his enemies. He ordered the fiend god Candle Dragon and the others to kill mercilessly. Yi Qinfeng, you will not have a good ending. Zhan Taohai, whose left arm had been chopped off and his body was covered in bloody wounds, let out a desperate roar. He rushed towards Yi Qinfeng with a surge of blood qi. He wanted to self-destruct his saint spirit to deal a fatal blow to Yi Qinfeng. You want to hurt my boss? In your next life. Before Zhen Taohai, who had burned his saint spirit, could get close, the Chaos Divine Beast turned into a chaos mountain and descended from the sky. He sat on Zhen Taohai's head and smashed him to the ground, creating a huge pit in the ground. His body and head were shattered. Then a powerful airflow came out of the Chaos Divine Beasts, but it was like a sharp sword that crushed Zhen Taohai's fragile soul, killing him instantly. Roar, roar, this feels so good. The Chaos Divine Beast stood up and roared. Who else? Yi Qinfeng, I admit defeat today, but don't be happy too early. The Heavenly Sword Hall will avenge us. Looking at the situation in front of him, Zhu Yanlong knew that he was powerless. However, he believed that no matter how strong Yi Qinfeng was, he would not be stronger than the Heavenly Sword Hall and the Sword God. Sooner or later, Yi Qinfeng would be killed by the Sword God. Don't worry, it won't be long before I go to the Heavenly Sword Hall and pay a visit to the Sword God. Yi Qinfeng smiled arrogantly and said, But you won't live to see that day. As he said that, Yi Qinfeng suddenly used Soulless Sword, crushing the sharp sword rays and piercing through Zhu Yanlong's body. Yi Qinfeng, die with me. Zhu Yanlong's body was penetrated. He was like an octopus, clasping Yi Qinfeng's body tightly. He detonated his Saint Core and launched a fatal attack on him. Boom! An explosive force that could shatter space erupted from Zhu Yanlong's body, directly smashing a black hole in the chaotic space. An endless storm spread out, covering everything. Dead Yi Qinfeng is dead. Seeing that Zhu Yanlong was actually hugging Yi Qinfeng and self-destructing at the last moment, Xian Ziwei, Qian Bingzi, and the others who were hiding in the distance widened their eyes in disbelief. Sigh, this Yi Qinfeng is too careless. He will never know how terrifying a person who is going to die is. If he is more careful, maybe... Xian Yi gently shook his head, but before he could finish his words, he saw a proud figure walking out of the explosion storm, and he was not injured at all. How is this possible? Xian Yi knew how terrifying the power of a 4-star Dao ancestor's self-destruction was. Even a mid-grade ancestral artifact might not be able to withstand it, but Yi Qinfeng was not injured at all. It could be said that Yi Qinfeng was heaven-defying beyond his imagination. And this quickly and killed them all. After using the undying divine ability to instantly repair his broken body, Yi Qinfeng mercilessly ordered. In less than 10 breaths, the remaining experts of the 3 sects and 1 clan were mercilessly killed by the God-fiend Torch Dragon, the Chaos Divine Beast, and the others. The entire Sky Sword Mountain turned into a purgatory, terrifying everyone. Young Master Yi, the Qian family is willing to submit to you. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng took away everyone's belongings and walked over with the God-fiend Torch Dragon and the others, the frightened Qian Tong's legs went soft, and he directly knelt on the blood-stained, snowy ground. As for the beautiful and flirtatious Qian Bingzi, she looked deeply at Yi Qinfeng before obediently kneeling down. Although the mystic Sword Grotto Heaven and the others did not kneel, they all bent down at this moment. You are very smart to not choose to go against me. Yi Qinfeng glanced at the experts of the 2 forces and said, I have always been unwilling to kill. As long as you don't become my enemy in the future, I will not make things difficult for you. Unwilling to kill. Looking at the broken bodies on the ground, the corner of Qian Tong's mouth twitched. He respectfully kowtowed and said, Thank you, young Master Yi, for not killing us. I promise you that the Qian family will never become your enemy. What about you? Yi Qinfeng looked at Xuanyi and the others. Yi Qinfeng, although you are very strong, I will surpass you and defeat you. Xian Ziwei did not back down. She looked into Yi Qinfeng's eyes and swore. Xian Ziwei's challenge made Xuanyi and the others tremble. They were afraid that Yi Qinfeng would kill them in a fit of anger. Haha, I will wait for this day. Yi Qinfeng still admired the cold and beautiful Xian Ziwei. In her, Yi Qinfeng saw his own shadow. He did not bicker with her and said, Let's go. We will go to the heaven-shaking Sword Sect. Chapter 1892. Although the mysterious Sword Grotto and the Qian family intended to block the news, what happened at the peak of the Sky Sword Mountain was spread by Zhu Yanlong and the others, causing a huge commotion in the sword domain. When the divine messenger of the Heavenly Sword Hall heard the news and rushed to the peak of the Sky Sword Mountain, he was shocked by the scene before him. Piles of dismembered corpses were piled up on the peak of the Sky Sword Mountain. The thick smell of blood drifted in the air and did not dissipate for a long time. Just as the Heavenly Sword Hall was furious and issued the highest arrest warrant for Yi Qinfeng, Yi Qinfeng appeared at the heaven-shaking sword sect. Relying on his absolute strength, he broke the ancestral formation of the heaven-shaking sword sect and let the primitive embryo devour their ancestral land. He also looted the heaven-shaking sword sect. After looting the heaven-shaking sword sect, Yi Qinfeng went to the Hunyuan sword sect and the Tantai family. Using the same method, he let the primitive embryo of Tao and the primitive clone of the spiritual fish devour their ancestral land and looted their treasure vaults. When the news of the 2 sects and 1 family's ancestral land being destroyed and looted spread, it caused another huge commotion in the sword domain. Yi Qinfeng's name also completely resounded in the sword domain. When the high-spirited Qinda, who had borrowed Yi Qinfeng's might, heard this news, he was so frightened that he lost 2 out of 3 souls. He immediately sealed off the Qin clan and announced to the public that he was not familiar with Yi Qinfeng. As for Qin Ruolin and Qin Xinmei, they did not dare to believe the news. In their eyes, the 3 sects and 2 families were high and mighty, sacred and inviolable. The Qijue Sword Palace was a godlike existence. But now, Yi Qinfeng actually killed hundreds of people in the Qijue Sword Palace and destroyed the ancestral land of the 2 sects and 1 family. This kind of scene made them feel like they were dreaming. Just as the Heavenly Sword Hall was chasing after Yi Qinfeng, and the entire sword domain was talking about Yi Qinfeng, Yi Qinfeng appeared outside the Qijue Sword Palace, the head of the 3 palaces in the sword domain. Because they were afraid of Yi Qinfeng's revenge, the Qijue Sword Palace had closed the palace door early and activated the powerful palace protection array, isolating the entire Qijue mountain. Humph! You want to stop me with a mere formation. The white-robed Yi Qinfeng glanced at the Qijue Sword Palace that was enveloped by a powerful formation and isolated from the rest of the world. He revealed a cold smile. The reason why he came to the Qijue Sword Palace was because his primitive Dao embryo had devoured the ancestral land of the 2 sects and 1 clan and was on the verge of breaking through. If he were to let his primitive Dao embryo devour another powerful ancestral land, it would most likely break through to the 5-star Dao ancestor realm. Once the primitive Dao embryo broke through, his battle prowess would be greatly enhanced. Space-swallowing insects. Break through this space restriction. Yi Qinfeng summoned the space swallower bug and ordered loudly. That's easy. Although the restriction formation of the Qijue Sword Palace was powerful, it was not difficult for the space swallower bug. It opened its mouth full of fangs and devoured the restriction formation. Soon, a gap was formed in the restriction formation. Whoosh! With a flash, Yi Qinfeng passed through the gap in the seal and entered the picturesque 7 Extremes Mountains. The Qijue Sword Palace really knows how to find a place. There are so many veins of the sky in the 7 Extremes Mountains. Yi Qinfeng walked up the stone steps and walked into the 7 Extremes Mountains. He felt that the spiritual qi in the 7 Extremes Mountains was extremely rich, and there were many powerful veins of the sky. The vegetation in the 7 Extremes Mountains was also thicker and more ancient than the outside world. Stop! Who are you? How did you get in? As Yi Qinfeng was enjoying the beautiful scenery on both sides of the ancient road and climbing the 7 Extremes Mountains, an angry voice came into his ears. In the next moment, 3 disciples of the Qijue Sword Palace in black martial art suits and holding sharp long swords appeared. They stopped Yi Qinfeng and questioned him fiercely. Of course I walked in. Yi Qinfeng raised his head slightly and looked at the 3 disciples of the Qijue Sword Palace and said with a smile, Bulsh *T. Our Qijue Sword Palace is under the restriction formation. How did you walk in? A tall disciple of the Qijue Sword Palace scolded loudly. Then you tell me how I got in. The smile on Yi Qinfeng's face became even wider. I don't care how you came in, but my Qijue Sword Palace is not a place for you to behave atrociously. If you know what's good for you, surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing you. The taller disciple warned coldly. Surrender. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently, All right, I will stand here. Come and catch me. Good. Let's see if you are still so arrogant after we capture you. As they spoke, the 3 disciples of the Qijue Sword Palace were about to capture Yi Qinfeng. However, when their hands touched Yi Qinfeng's body, they were rebounded as if they were electrocuted. Yi Qinfeng did not want to be entangled with the 3 of them. He continued to climb the stone steps with his hands behind his back and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the 7 Extremes Mountains. How dare you? Where do you think you are going? The tall disciple of the Qijue Sword Palace roared angrily. He used an extremely powerful sword move and stabbed towards Yi Qinfeng's back. However, when the sharp long sword in his hand stabbed into Yi Qinfeng's back, he felt as if he was stabbing into black iron. Not only was he unable to pierce into Yi Qinfeng's back, a strong rebounding force was transmitted into his arm, causing his arm to go numb. He almost lost his grip on the long sword in his hand. Just as he refused to give up and continued to attack, a powerful dizziness blasted into his soul sea, crushing his soul and killing him on the spot. Yi Qinfeng could tolerate his ignorance, but he would not allow him to repeatedly offend him. After using the dizziness technique to kill the tall disciple, Yi Qinfeng did not stop. Under the fearful gaze of the two disciples, he continued to walk towards the Qijue Sword Palace. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Only when Yi Qinfeng was far away did the two disciples dare to breathe. They stretched out their trembling hands and took out their communication beads to send a message to the elders of the Qijue Sword Palace. Immediately, the entire Qijue Sword Palace fell into chaos. Powerful formations appeared in the void and locked onto Yi Qinfeng, who was slowly ascending as if he was taking a stroll. About 2 hours later, Yi Qinfeng finished enjoying the beautiful scenery of the Seven Extremes Mountains. His state of mind had been tempered. Like an unsheathed sword, he directly flew into the air and tore apart the formations that locked onto him. Like a celestial being, he appeared outside the Qijue Sword Palace at the peak of the Seven Extremes Mountains. My apologies for keeping everyone waiting. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly as he looked at the many Seven Absolute Sword Palace experts standing outside the Seven Absolute Sword Palace's gates, looking at him with surging auras as if they were facing a great enemy. You are Yi Qinfeng. Although the experts of the Qijue Sword Palace had never seen Yi Qinfeng before, there were not many people who dared to cause trouble at the Qijue Sword Palace. Yi Qinfeng was the most likely one. Yes, it's me. Yi Qinfeng nodded and admitted frankly. Yi Qinfeng, you killed the great elder of my Qijue Sword Palace and more than 20 people of my Qijue Sword Palace. Now, you've come to my Qijue Sword Palace to cause trouble. Aren't you going too far? Yes, our Qijue Sword Palace is not a pushover. You can't just pinch us as you wish. You dare to come to our Qijue Sword Palace? We will make sure you don't return. The experts of the Qijue Sword Palace were filled with righteous indignation. Are you all done? Facing the accusations of the crowd, Yi Qinfeng remained unmoved with his hands behind his back. If you are, then come together. It will save more time. Chapter 1893. Yi Qinfeng, if you retreat now, the enmity between the Qijue Sword Palace and you will be written off. How about that? Just as the mighty figures of the Qijue Sword Palace were about to explode from Yi Qinfeng's arrogance, a deep and sharp voice rang out in the Qijue Sword Palace. In the next moment, hundreds of Qijue Sword Palace experts who were eyeing covetously automatically opened up a path. The palace master of the Qijue Sword Palace, Zhu Wuqing, who was dressed in a black robe and had a tall and straight figure like a sharp sword, walked with an unparalleled sharpness. Retreat! Although Zhu Wuqing's aura was very terrifying and had reached the level of a 5-star Dao ancestor, there was no trace of panic on Yi Qinfeng's face. Since I am here, do you think I will retreat because of you? Yi Qinfeng, I don't know where you came from, but the Qijue Sword Palace can become the head of the 3 palaces in the Sword region. It is not something that you alone can shake. Zhu Wuqing's turbid eyes shot out rays of light. He stared at Yi Qinfeng and said, I advise you not to harm yourself because of your arrogance. Sorry, I don't believe in heresy. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, I think I can destroy your Qijue Sword Palace. A 6-star Dao God old man glared at Yi Qinfeng and roared with righteous indignation. Palace Master, don't talk nonsense with this little bastard. After I capture him, I will cut off his flesh piece by piece. Let's see if he will still be so stubborn. The reason why he hated Yi Qinfeng so much was that among the 20 or so Qijue Sword Palace experts killed by Yi Qinfeng, one of them was his elder brother, who was also his pillar. Now that his elder brother was dead, his position in the Qijue Sword Palace was greatly affected. This made him want to eat Yi Qinfeng's flesh and drink Yi Qinfeng's blood. Capture me? Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank into the most dangerous pinholes. He looked at the roaring old man and said, "You won't live to see that day." As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul force erupted from his mind, forming a terrifying dizziness. It was like a heavy hammer smashing into his soul sea. Pooh! The old man's soul trembled. He was directly crushed by the terrifying dizziness. A large amount of blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. His body swayed and fell into a pool of blood. He breathed his last. "Yi Qinfeng, you dare to kill the Almighty of my 7 absolute sword palace in front of me." Zhu Wuqing's expression sank. His turbid eyes shot out an endless murderous glint as he spoke in a deep voice. "Humph, an ant dares to offend me. Shouldn't I trample it to death?" Yi Qinfeng coldly snorted and said without backing down, "Palace Master, this Yi Qinfeng is too arrogant. Palace Master, please take action and capture him." As the head of the 3 palaces in the sword domain, the 7 absolute sword palace had never suffered such humiliation. One by one, the proud and arrogant experts of the 7 absolute sword palace roared in uncontrollable anger. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Yi Qinfeng's sharp eyes swept across the 3 almighties of the 7 absolute sword palace, who were the most arrogant. The soul force in his mind erupted again, forming a dizziness technique. It smashed into their soul seas, crushing their souls and killing them. Yi Qinfeng stood still and killed for almighties of the 7 absolute sword palace. The others were so frightened that they closed their eyes and retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at him. "Now who dares to scold me?" Yi Qinfeng glanced at the almighties of the 7 absolute sword palace, whose faces were flushed red. They were angry, but didn't dare to speak as he questioned them in an overbearing manner. "Yi Qinfeng, you are indeed capable. I will wait for you in the 7 absolute sword palace." Zhu Wuqing was also very afraid of Yi Qinfeng's methods. He was afraid that he would start a massacre. Thus, he led the sullen experts of the 7 absolute sword palace and retreated into the 7 absolute sword palace. "You want to use the ancestral vein of the 7 absolute sword palace to deal with me?" Yi Qinfeng guessed Zhu Wuqing's intention, but he wasn't afraid. He took even steps and crossed the majestic door of the 7 absolute sword palace. He walked into the 7 absolute sword palace that had stood tall in the sword domain for tens of millions of years. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The moment Yi Qinfeng walked into the 7 absolute sword palace, a mysterious sword diagram suddenly appeared above his head. It interweaved with thousands of incomparably sharp sword rays and attacked him. "Zhu Wuqing, don't use such fearless tricks. It's useless against me." Yi Qinfeng's mind moved as his ancestral sword soul flew out of his soul sea. Like a black lightning bolt, it bombarded the mysterious sword diagram. The sword pierced through the mysterious sword diagram and shattered the Tao patterns in the sword diagram, breaking the sword diagram. After breaking the sword diagram, Yi Qinfeng continued to walk into the 7 absolute sword palace. Not long after, he was attacked by the mysterious sword diagram again. Although the sword diagrams engraved in the Qijue sword palace were powerful, they couldn't break through the defense of Yi Qinfeng's ancestral armor. Yi Qinfeng controlled his ancestral sword soul to break through the diagrams until they arrived at the deepest part of the Qijue sword palace. There was a magnificent hall with 108 stone swords standing in front of it. Right above this hall, there was a floating sword diagram that was slowly floating. Powerful sword intents were leaking out from the sword diagram and fusing with Zhu Wuqing, who was standing under the sword diagram like a sword monarch. Yi Qinfeng, this is your last chance. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. Zhu Wuqing looked at Yi Qinfeng with a sharp gaze and warned him coldly. The reason why he repeatedly tried to persuade Yi Qinfeng was because he had scruples about Yi Qinfeng. He didn't want to fight to the death with him. Zhu Wuqing, you talk too much nonsense. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and remained unmoved. Come on, let's fight. Don't waste any more time. All right. Zhu Wuqing saw that a battle was unavoidable and didn't waste any more time. He shouted, sword come. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire ground trembled and cracked open. A dazzling golden sword engraved with ancient runes flew out from the ground. A golden dragon was swimming around the body of the sword, and the hilt was as dazzling as the sun. A middle-grade, ancestral sword. I didn't expect your Qi sword palace to have such a foundation. Yi Qinfeng felt that the power of the Qi sword palace's golden sword was above the flying immortal sword. However, he wasn't afraid. An ancestral sword soul was enough to make up for the difference in power. Yi Qinfeng, I'd like to see what you're relying on to provoke my Qi sword palace. As he said that, Zhu Wuqing fused with the slowly rotating sword diagram and slashed at Yi Qinfeng. The entire space trembled violently as the sword slashed out. A terrifying sword ray left a long sword mark in the space as it slashed towards Yi Qinfeng. Zhu Wuqing is indeed worthy of being the palace master of the Qi sword palace. His strength is indeed terrifying. Feeling the power of Zhu Wuqing's sword, Yi Qinfeng didn't take it head-on. He executed his sword steps and instantly transformed into several afterimages as he dodged the shocking sword. Yi Qinfeng, aren't you very powerful? Why are you still dodging? Seeing Yi Qinfeng dodging his attack, Zhu Wuqing's heart calmed down as he mocked loudly. The almighty expert of the Qi sword palace, who was hiding in the golden palace, added more malicious words as he ridiculed Yi Qinfeng for overestimating himself. Don't worry, it's just a warm-up. Yi Qinfeng deliberately stretched his back and warmed up his body. All right. I'd like to see how long you can be so stubborn. Zhu Wuqing's face sank as he continued to attack Yi Qinfeng ferociously with his golden sword. The swift and fierce sword wind swept across the sky and sealed off all of Yi Qinfeng's dodging space. Chapter 1894. Primordial Bloodline Ignition. Life Soul Technique. 20,000 years of lifespan burn. Zhu Wuqing's murderous aura surged forward. Yi Qinfeng did not hesitate and decisively ignited his primordial bloodline ignition and 10,000 years of lifespan, instantly raising his strength to the level of a 4-star Dao ancestor. He had used the Life Soul technique because he had looted the treasure vault of the 2 sects and 1 clan for millions of years. He had obtained 15 fruits that contained powerful life energy. Each of these fruits could restore 20,000 years of lifespan, which was enough for him to use the Life Soul technique without fear. As for Fa Tianzu, Xin Daoxiu, and the others, they were his trump cards to deal with Sword God. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to expose them in advance to avoid alarming the divine Sky Clan, which had an empty god realm almighty. After his strength skyrocketed to the level of a 4-star Dao ancestor, Yi Qinfeng's physical strength had reached 2 trillion jin. His combat strength had increased by more than 100 times. Boom! Yi Qinfeng gripped the demon ceiling sword tightly. After merging with his ancestral sword soul, he tore apart the incomparably sharp sword wind and collided with merciless golden sword. The terrifying impact instantly tore open cracks in space. What? That Yi Qinfeng actually blocked the palace master's attack head-on. This guy is really strong. Although Zhu Wuqing had not entered the Heavenly Sword Hall, his combat strength far surpassed the 4 great sword envoys and was comparable to the 3 great sword venerables. Very few people could defeat him head-on. All right, the warm-up is over. Although Yi Qinfeng's current combat strength was still not as good as Zhu Wuqing's, his 2 trillion gene of strength made up for the difference. Yi Qinfeng believed that with his terrifying physical strength he could crush Zhu Wuqing, who was a 5-star Dao ancestor. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound broke through the air. Yi Qinfeng increased his speed to the maximum and instantly transformed into several afterimages, attacking Zhu Wuqing with lightning speed. Facing Yi Qinfeng's lightning-fast attack, the powerful and experienced Zhu Wuqing did not panic. He held the golden sword in his hand and counterattacked with all his strength, fighting fiercely with Yi Qinfeng in the 7 Absolute Sword Palace. 7 Absolute Sword Destruction. After forcefully breaking through Yi Qinfeng's tide-like attacks, Heartless leaped high into the air and slashed out 7 times in an instant. The power of Zhu Wuqing's 7 deadly sword strike was not something that Zhu Yanlong could compare to. The 7 swords slashed down, transforming into 7 towering sword mountains. The terrifying sword intent surged toward Yi Qinfeng like an avalanche, pressuring him to the point that he couldn't breathe. 3,000 God-transforming fist. The 7 sword mountains rushed over. Yi Qinfeng threw the flying celestial sword high up in the air and punched out with both his fists at the same time. In an instant, more than 2,000 invincible divine fists were unleashed. Like a meteor shower, they collided with the 7 sword mountains in midair. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out in the void. Once the 2 killer moves collided, the intense repulsion caused huge waves to surge in the air. Although the entire 7 Absolute Sword Palace was enveloped by several layers of powerful restrictions, it still couldn't withstand the destructive power caused by the collision of the 2 killer moves. It was filled with crisscrossing cracks, and the entire 7 Absolute Sword Palace was trembling. Although Zhu Wuqing's 7 Ultimate Sword of Destruction was powerful, Yi Qinfeng's 3,000 God-transforming fists was a supreme mystical power. In addition, he had fused his strength of close to 1 trillion kilograms and forcibly shattered the 7 sword mountains. What? Zhu Wuqing was greatly shocked when Yi Qinfeng destroyed the 7 deadly sword strike. He couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng had such ability. He was even more shocked by the power of the 3,000 God-transforming fist. Could it be that the fist radiance he just blasted out was a supreme divine ability? The power of the 7 deadly sword strike was almost at the pinnacle of supreme divine ability. Only a supreme divine ability could destroy the 7 deadly sword strike head-on. Who is he? How does he know a supreme divine ability? Zhu Wuqing felt that Yi Qinfeng's identity wasn't simple. His appearance might cause a huge change in the sword domain. Ethereal sword scripture, ethereal great Dao sword. Yi Qinfeng had cultivated the sword Dao to an extremely high level. Any sword move in his hands could turn into something magical. With a slash for ancestral Dao diagrams gushed out from his body and turned into a long river of great Dao sword shadows. The sword split open the chaotic space and slashed towards Zhu Wuqing. When Zhu Wuqing broke the ethereal great Dao sword with his absolute strength, Yi Qinfeng continued to perform the sword moves he had comprehended earlier and launched a fierce attack at Zhu Wuqing. Boundless 3-foot sword. Gu Jianga, heart of sword bright moon. Horizontal sword slash. Yi Qinfeng's attacks were getting more and more fierce. The endless stream of moves shocked Zhu Wuqing. However, Zhu Wuqing had been cultivating the sword Dao for nearly 1,000,000 years. His mastery of the sword Dao had reached an extremely terrifying level. In addition to his terrifying strength, Yi Qinfeng's continuous attacks didn't hurt him. Universe Sword Array. Unable to suppress Zhu Wuqing's attacks, Yi Qinfeng immediately changed his move. He summoned 600 universe swords. After the initial slaughter and plundering, Yi Qinfeng obtained 110 half-ancestral swords and more than 500 supreme grade sky-piercing, sacred swords. They greatly increased the power of the universe. Sword array. Slash! With a thought, Yi Qin Feng controlled the 600 Qinkuan swords and merged them together, forming a huge Qinkuan sword that was dozens of feet long. Sword will pour down like a waterfall as it slashed towards Zhu Wuqing. 7 fatalities break all laws. As the huge universe sword slashed towards him, Zhu Wuqing immediately used a technique that could break all laws and forcibly shattered the huge universe sword. However, the moment he shattered the Qinkuan giant sword, the eye of the ancestral dragon split open on Yi Qinfeng's forehead. It shot out a beam of light that pierced through the chaotic space and attacked Zhu Wuqing, whose expression changed slightly. He sensed a strong sense of danger and was defending with all his might. The offensive power of the eye of the ancestral dragon was comparable to a supreme, grade ancestral artifact. Under the full attack, Zhu Wuqing's defense was immediately shattered. The terrifying eye of the ancestral dragon ruthlessly attacked his body, penetrating his ancestral armor and injuring him. Not good, the palace lord is injured. Seeing Zhu Wuqing falling from the sky and covered in wounds, the hearts of the 7 fatalities sword palaces, almighty, instantly sank to the bottom. In their eyes, Zhu Wuqing was like a god. If Zhu Wuqing was defeated, the consequences would be too severe. The 7 fatalities sword palace might really be flattened by Yi Qin Feng. Eye of the ancestral dragon continued to attack. After burning his primordial blood, Yi Qin Feng possessed boundless ancestral power. He could continuously control the eye of the ancestral dragon to attack. After experiencing the terror of the eye of the ancestral dragon, Zhu Wuqing didn't dare to take it head-on. He constantly used unpredictable movement techniques and dodged with all his might. Zhu Wuqing, aren't you very powerful? Why are you still dodging? Yi Qin Feng imitated Zhu Wuqing's tone and ridiculed him. Zhu Wuqing was so angry that his teeth were itching and his lungs were about to explode. Yi Qin Feng, don't be arrogant. I don't believe you can control that vertical eye to attack endlessly. The stronger the ancestral artifact, the greater the consumption. Zhu Wuqing didn't believe that Yi Qin Feng could continuously control the eye of the ancestral dragon to attack. Zhu Wuqing, I didn't expect you to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Yi Qin Feng revealed a trace of disdain and said, You can count how long I can last. As he spoke, Yi Qin Feng continuously controlled the powerful ancestral power and merged it into the eye of the ancestral dragon. He controlled the eye of the ancestral dragon to attack continuously. He chased after Zhu Wuqing, who was in a sorry state, in front of everyone's eyes. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, half an incense sticks time, 1 incense sticks time, 1 hour. Yi Qin Feng was like a machine that never knew fatigue. He controlled the eye of the ancestral dragon to attack continuously and used his speed ability. Even Zhu Wuqing, who was constantly dodging, was somewhat exhausted. However, he was still in high spirits and didn't show any signs of weakness. Damn, how can this be? What kind of freak is he? Chapter 1895. Sword Diagram Attack. Seeing that he couldn't dodge the attack of the ancestral dragon's eye, Zhu Wuqing immediately controlled the sword diagram that was full of cracks to descend. It turned into tens of thousands of sword radiances and attacked Yi Qin Feng. Cosmos Sword Formation Block. The sword diagram attacked. Yi Qin Feng immediately controlled the 600 Cosmos swords to form the Cosmos sword diagram above his head, blocking the attack of the sword diagram. Then Yi Qin Feng fused with the flying immortal sword and slashed at Zhu Wuqing with the soulless sword. When the sword slashed out, a terrifying black sword shadow soared into the sky. The terrifying sword aura seemed to want to split the heaven and earth. In an instant, the heaven and earth turned pitch black. All the light was devoured by the black sword radiance. It was as if this invincible divine sword was the only thing left in the world. The soulless sword's attack speed was too fast. It was so fast that Zhu Wuqing couldn't dodge it. The sword ruthlessly slashed his body, leaving behind a large amount of blood in the air as he was sent flying. Defeated, Palace Lord is really defeated. Seeing that Zhu Wuqing's body was almost split apart by Yi Qinfeng, the hearts of the Qijue Sword Palace's experts fell to the bottom. Many of them panicked. Yi Qinfeng, come with me if you have the guts. With his injury serious, Zhu Wuqing didn't dare to fight with Yi Qinfeng again. He flew towards the ancestral vein of the Qijue Sword Palace at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to borrow the power of the ancestral vein to kill Yi Qinfeng. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Qinfeng guessed Zhu Wuqing's intention. He came to the Qijue Sword Palace for the ancestral land. He followed Zhu Wuqing and arrived at the ancestral vein of the Qijue Sword Palace. It was a deep valley where ancient trees grew. What a powerful ancestral vein! The Qijue Sword Palace is indeed the leader of the 3 great sword palaces in the sword domain, second only to the Heavenly Sword Palace. The ancestral vein here is much stronger than the 3 sects. Feeling the power of the ancestral vein of the Qijue Sword Palace, Yi Qinfeng wasn't shocked. Instead, he was delighted. He immediately summoned the 2 primitive embryos and had them break into the solid ancestral land to devour the power of the ancestral vein. Not good! Seeing the 2 embryos' actions, Zhu Wuqing's expression changed slightly. He immediately mobilized the ancestral power to attack the 2 embryos, wanting to destroy them. However, the primitive Tao embryo was the first stone of the universe. After countless years of evolution, it was indestructible. Even the ancestral power of the 7 Absolutes Sword Palace could not destroy it. Yi Qinfeng, what are you trying to do? Sensing that the power of the ancestral vein was continuously draining away, the severely injured Zhu Wuqing panicked. If the Qijue Sword Palace lost the power of the ancestral vein, even if they could kill Yi Qinfeng in the end, they would suffer an immeasurable loss. The status of the Qijue Sword Palace would plummet. Of course, I'm going to devour your Qijue Sword Palace's ancestral vein. Yi Qinfeng was not in a hurry to make a move. Yi Qinfeng, if you stop now, I'm willing to give you an ancestral artifact. He couldn't win, and his ancestral land, which he relied on the most, was being devoured. This made Zhu Wuqing panic, and he shouted loudly, "Ancestral artifact? I don't lack it." The 2 soul devourer child brains would soon be able to control the Grim Reaper. Once the Grim Reaper was controlled, the 10 ancestral artifacts that suppressed him would be Yi Qinfeng's. Therefore, the ancestral artifacts that were incomparably precious in the eyes of ordinary Ancestor Realm experts were not attractive to Yi Qinfeng. Now, the only things that could attract Yi Qinfeng were supreme-grade ancestral artifacts and the legendary Void God artifacts that had the power to destroy the world. Yi Qinfeng, you really want to fight to the death with my 7 Absolutes Sword Palace? Zhu Wuqing roared furiously, while controlling the power of the ancestral vein to fuse into his body to suppress his injuries. Haven't we already fought to the death? Yi Qinfeng said in silence. Zhu Wuqing was so infuriated by Yi Qinfeng that he wished he could cut him into 1,000 pieces. Yi Qinfeng, what do you want to let go of my 7 Absolutes Sword Palace? Sensing that the ancestral vein was unable to destroy the 2 primitive Tao embryos, and that the speed of the ancestral vein's power was uncontrollable, Zhu Wuqing had no choice but to admit defeat. Very simple. Don't provoke me anymore, and let me devour your 7 Absolutes Sword Palace's ancestral vein. Then I will leave. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. Go to hell. Zhu Wuqing could no longer control the anger in his heart and attacked Yi Qinfeng with the powerful ancestral vein's power. Under his furious attack, the surging power of the ancestral vein gushed out from his body and formed a huge wave behind him that seemed to want to shatter the sky dome. Tao of equipment control, death scythe, slash. Zhu Wuqing controlled the powerful ancestral aura to attack. Yi Qinfeng immediately executed the Tao of equipment control and slashed out the death scythe. 1. Under the activation of the Tao of equipment manipulation, the tens of thousands of ancestral runes on the death scythe came to life. The terrifying death scythe transformed into a crescent moon, like a demonic black moon. With a single slash, it cut through the endless ancestral might and slashed at Heartless, who couldn't dodge in time. Zhu Wuqing couldn't dodge in time, and his arm was severed by the death scythe. The terrifying power of death directly chopped his severed arm and half of his body into pieces. He fell to the ancestral ground with a wail. Sub-Supreme Grade Ancestral Artifact. You actually have a Supreme Grade Ancestral Artifact. Sensing the destructive power of the death scythe, Zhu Wuqing, who was seriously injured and had consumed several precious ancestral elixirs, revealed a look of horror. What kind of look is that? Didn't you notice that the eye of the ancestral dragon is also a Supreme Grade Ancestral Artifact? Yi Qinfeng gave Zhu Wuqing a meaningful look and said in his heart, Zhu Wuqing, do you have any last words? If not, let me send you on your way. Yi Qinfeng looked down at the seriously injured Zhu Wuqing and said ruthlessly, Don't hurt the palace master. We are willing to exchange our lives for the palace master's. Zhu Wuqing had a lofty position in the Qijue Sword Palace and was the spiritual pillar of the Qijue Sword Palace. Seeing that he was in danger, the almighties of the Qijue Sword Palace ignored the danger and flew over, shielding Zhu Wuqing. Get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. Zhu Wuqing, who was extremely weak after using the ancestral elixirs to forcefully repair his broken body, ordered loudly, Palace Master, leave this place quickly. We will help you stop him. The Almighty of the Seven Absolutes Sword Palace didn't leave and were ready to die. Junior, stop! Just as Yi Qinfeng was feeling the spirit of the Seven Absolutes Sword Palace and was considering whether to spare Zhu Wuqing's life, an old voice suddenly sounded. In the next moment, a huge stone coffin flew out from the forbidden ground of the Seven Absolutes Sword Palace. When the stone coffin opened, an old man in a linen robe with snow-white hair casually draped over his shoulders walked out of the stone coffin. His face was covered in wrinkles and black spots. The Almighty of the Seven Absolutes Sword Palace, who were in despair, revealed looks of disbelief when they saw this linen-robed old man. They all knelt on the ground with tears streaming down their faces. Chapter 1896. A peak 5-star Tao Ancestor. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Patriarch Seven Absolutes, Yi Qinfeng immediately guessed that he was a peak 5-star Tao Ancestor and was only one step away from breaking through to the 6-star Tao Ancestor realm. Junior, stop. Stop devouring my Seven Absolutes, Sword Palace's ancestral vein. Patriarch Seven Absolutes, who had one foot in the 6-star Tao Ancestor realm and the other foot in the gates of hell, said in a low voice, If not for the fact that the Seven Absolute Sword Palace was on the brink of death and had faked his death, Patriarch Seven Absolutes, who had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, would never have come out. With his current physical condition, he would die of old age if he could not take that final step. What if I don't agree? The two primitive Tao embryos who were continuously devouring the ancestral vein were about to break through. Yi Qinfeng would never back down. Hey, Junior, why do you have to be so overbearing? Patriarch Seven Absolutes sighed softly and summoned the Seven Absolutes Sword Palace's treasure, the golden sword, into his hand. Patriarch, please take action and kill the invading enemy. Patriarch Seven Absolutes had shocked the entire sword domain tens of thousands of years ago. Even the three supremacies of Heavenly Sword Palace were no match for him. However, tens of thousands of years later, the Seven Absolute Sword Palace's experts did not know how powerful he had become. But in their opinion, killing Yi Qinfeng should not be a big problem. However, Yi Qinfeng, who had the God-Eater brain, could clearly sense Patriarch 7 Absolute's physical condition. Although Patriarch 7 Absolute's was very terrifying, his current physical condition made it impossible for him to attack for long periods of time. Once a fierce battle broke out, his vitality would be constantly drained, and he would soon die of old age. This was also the reason why old ancestor Qijue hadn't attacked Yi Qinfeng yet. Junior, have you really thought this through? If I attack, the chances of you dying are very high. Patriarch 7 Absolutes did not want to die. Otherwise, he would not have endured the loneliness and worked so hard to become a 6-star Dao ancestor. You think too highly of yourself. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "Let's not talk about your peak 5-star Dao ancestor strength. Even if you break through to the 6-star Dao ancestor realm, you still can't kill me. You can try if you don't believe me." Junior, are you that confident? Old ancestor 7 Ultimates furrowed his brows tightly. Although Yi Qinfeng's talent and strength were the best he had ever seen, he was confident in his own strength. He believed that if he killed Yi Qinfeng regardless of the consequences, he would definitely have a chance to kill him. That's right. I'll say it here. If you dare to make a move, I'll kill you. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said proudly, "Kill me." Old Ancestor 7 Absolutes was also a hot-tempered person back then. Being threatened by a junior in front of so many people, a raging flame ignited in his heart. He could barely control the killing intent in his heart and wanted to attack. Rumble. At this moment, the ancestral vein that was continuously draining away trembled, and a huge gap appeared. After devouring a large amount of ancestral power, the primitive Tao embryo broke through the last shackle and broke through to the level of 5-star Tao ancestor, while the original clone of the spirit fish also broke through to the level of 2-star Tao ancestor, a primordial Tao embryo at the level of a 5-star Tao father. Sensing the terror of the primitive Tao embryo that walked out of the ancestral vein, old ancestor 7 Extinction couldn't help but reveal a trace of seriousness on his face. He knew very well how terrifying the primitive Tao embryo was, and that he was absolutely no match for it at the same level. So this is what you're relying on. Looking at the primitive Tao embryo standing next to Qingfeng, old ancestor 7 Extinction hesitated and wondered if he should take the risk to attack. As for the 7 Extinction Sword Palace experts, they were also stunned by the destructive power that pervaded the primitive Tao embryo. The previously noisy ancestral ground quietened down. Sort of. The primitive Tao embryo was indeed what Yi Qinfeng was relying on, but it wasn't his greatest reliance. His true reliance was the several peak ancestor realm experts, but old ancestor 7 Extinction didn't know. Rumble. Just as old ancestor 7 Extinction was about to waver and retreat, a series of rumbles came from the sky above the 7 Extinction Sword Palace. 2 huge warships appeared above the 7 Extinction Sword Palace. It's the Gold Sword Palace and the Sky-Devouring Sword Palace. Seeing the flags hanging from the 2 warships, the stifling atmosphere in the 7 Extinction Sword Palace erupted into a heated clamor. In their opinion, the 3 great sword palaces gathered together could sweep through everything and definitely kill Yi Qinfeng. Old friend Xiongling, old friend Slayer, I didn't expect to alarm you too. The leaders of the Sky-Devouring Sword Palace weren't the palace masters of the 2 great sword palaces, but old ancestors Jean Slayer and Xiongling, who were like old ancestor 7 Extinction. In addition to the 2 of them, the 2 great sword palaces had also sent more than 20 ancestor realm experts. Such a massive force was enough to destroy everything. This old man came into being because I want to see what kind of person that doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth is. Xiongling, who was dressed in a black robe and had an aura that was several times stronger than old ancestor 7 Extinctions, glowered at Yi Qinfeng and gave off a ferocious feeling. That's right. I also want to know who destroyed the 3 sects and 1 clan and didn't take our 3 great sword palaces seriously. Jean Slayer, who was dressed in a dark brown robe and had a long beard, said with a murderous look. He was emitting a powerful sword intent. "If you're done, you can all attack together. I'll finish you off and go to the Gold Sword Palace and the Sky-Devouring Sword Palace." In the face of 3 5-star Tao ancestors and dozens of Ancestor Realm experts, Yi Qinfeng's arrogant face didn't reveal a trace of panic, as if the 3 great sword palaces were nothing in his eyes. "How dare you?" Xiongling's face darkened. An unparalleled sword light split from his body and slashed toward Yi Qinfeng like mercury. Xiongling was a peak 5-star Tao Ancestor Realm expert, and his life force was stronger than Old Ancestor's 7 extinctions. His sword slashed down and directly split the space. Just as the sword was about to hit Yi Qinfeng, the primitive embryo of Tao suddenly blocked in front of him and blasted out a punch that could shatter the void. The punch shattered the sword light that split from Xiongling's body. A 5-star Tao Ancestor Realm primitive embryo of Tao. Sensing the strength of the primitive embryo of Tao, Xiongling's snow-white eyebrows twitched slightly, revealing a trace of surprise. Xiongling had heard of the primitive embryo of Tao before, but it was his first time seeing such a primitive embryo of Tao. 7 extinction, Slayer, let's attack together and suppress this primitive embryo of Tao first. Sensing the danger of the primitive embryo of Tao, Xiongling transmitted his voice to Old Ancestor 7 extinction and the others. Okay, in the eyes of Old Ancestor 7 extinction and the others, Yi Qinfeng's greatest reliance was the primitive embryo of Tao. As long as the primitive embryo of Tao was suppressed, Yi Qinfeng would have nothing to fear. Attack! With Xiongling's angry roar, Old Ancestor 7 extinction and Old Ancestor 7 extinction released the seals on their bodies and unleashed their strongest strength. They displayed terrifying sword power and attacked the primitive embryo of Tao. Although the primitive embryo of Tao had invincible defense and outstanding attack power, it was quickly suppressed by the combined attacks of the 3 great sword palaces' ancestors. Attack together and kill him. Chapter 1897. Is it useful to have more people? Yi Qinfeng shook his head and summoned the peak evil ancestor from the universe mirror. The peak evil ancestor appeared and immediately blocked in front of Yi Qinfeng, using his body to block the attacks of dozens of Ancestor Realm bigwigs. Although the attack of one Ancestor Realm bigwig couldn't threaten a peak Ancestor Realm bigwig, dozens of Ancestor Realm bigwigs attacking together was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions sounded. The space in front of Yi Qinfeng completely collapsed, revealing a huge black hole. The peak evil ancestor who didn't dodge had his body broken by the destructive power. However, when the destructive power gradually dispersed, the peak evil ancestor's broken body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. Witnessing the peak evil ancestor restoring his body and feeling the destructive power that filled his body, Tan Xiongling, Old Ancestor 7 extinction, and the rest felt fear. Peak Ancestor Realm. That black-robed man is a peak Ancestor Realm bigwig. Sensing that the peak evil ancestor's aura was several times more terrifying than Sky, Sword Sovereign, and Mysterious Sword Sovereign, Tan Xiongling and the rest had a feeling that the peak evil ancestor's strength was comparable to the peak of a 6-star Tao ancestor. Are you convinced? If you are, don't blame me for starting a massacre and slaughtering all of you. Yi Qinfeng threatened coldly. After summoning the peak evil ancestor, Yi Qinfeng suddenly changed his mind. Seeing the huge power of the sword domain, Yi Qinfeng had the idea of controlling the sword domain. If he could suppress Sword God, he might have the chance to control the power of the sword domain and make it his own. Yi Qinfeng, I did not expect you to have such a backing. However, a mere peak ancestor is not enough to make us bend our backs. Tan Xiongling and the other two old ancestors quickly communicated with each other through voice transmissions before speaking in an unyielding manner. Is that so? Yi Qinfeng smiled and summoned the three ancient ancestral flags. They swayed rapidly in the air, forming a large number of formation patterns that restricted the entire space. What? Do you want to fight us to the end? Although the fiend-devouring spirit didn't want to submit, the peak evil ancestor was a great threat to them. Coupled with the fact that he had a primitive Dao embryo at the level of a 5-star Dao ancestor, they weren't sure that they could win. If you want to fight to the death, I'll accompany you. With that, Yi Qinfeng summoned Fa Tian ancestor from the universe mirror. F***CK, another peak progenitor. Looking at the white-robed Fa Tian ancestor, whose ancestral aura was as vast as the ocean, Tan Xiongling and the others' expressions changed drastically. Some of the experts from the 7 Absolute Sword Palace even cursed. A single peak ancestor realm great figure was enough to pose a fatal threat to the 7 Absolute Sword Palace. 2 peak ancestor realm great figures were enough to wipe them out. Now, do you still want to fight? Yi Qinfeng said with a faint smile as he looked at Tan Xiongling, old ancestor Qijue, and the others, whose expressions changed drastically and revealed deep fear. Yi Qinfeng, who exactly are you? Tan Xiongling, old ancestor Qijue, and the others had never dreamed that Yi Qinfeng would have such a trump card. Their hearts fell into a bottomless abyss. Who I am is not important. What's important is that if you don't submit, you will be massacred by us. Yi Qinfeng said with a domineering tone. Yi Qinfeng, we will not submit to you. Tan Xiongling gritted his teeth and said, Is that so? Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, I don't believe in heresy. With that, Yi Qinfeng summoned the 2 peak ancestor realm great figures, Empty God realm great figure, and Ancient God realm great figure. Immediately, the entire 7 Absolute Sword Palace ancestral land fell silent. Pairs of dazed eyes uniformly looked at the 4 peak existences of the void god world, not knowing what to do. Damn! Why didn't you say earlier that you had such a trump card? If you had said earlier, my 7 Absolute Sword Palace would have submitted long ago. As for the current situation, isn't this a scam? Zhu Wuqing, who is seriously injured and would not be able to recover for several years, shouted in his heart. As for the 3 Sword Palace experts, they were scared out of their wits. There is a limit to my patience. If you all still do not submit, don't blame me for being merciless and killing all of you. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently as he looked at Tan Xiongling and the others, whose eyes were wide open and filled with fear. This. Facing 2 peak ancestor realm great figures, Tan Xiongling and the others still wanted to use everyone's strength to resist. But facing 4 peak ancestor realm great figures, their inner defenses had completely collapsed. They did not doubt that the 4 peak ancestor realm great figures could easily slaughter them if they attacked together. What should we do? Tan Xiongling, old ancestor Qijue, and the others had the same thought in their minds, but they did not know how to answer. Why are you still hesitating? You have to know that your lives are already in my hands. If I want you to die, you have no hope of surviving. If you are willing to submit to me, I can give you an opportunity. Yi Qinfeng said patiently, for example, let 7 Absolute break through to the 6-star Dao ancestor realm. You can let me break through to the 6-star Dao ancestor realm. Yi Qinfeng's words rang in old ancestor Qijue's ears like thunder. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Yi Qinfeng in disbelief. In order to break through to the 6-star Dao ancestor realm, old ancestor Qijue could be said to have done everything he could. He had been in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years, but he still could not succeed. Moreover, his physical body had already deteriorated. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break through to the 6-star Tao ancestor realm. Look, what is this? With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned a chaos divine fruit that was emitting 5-colored light and said, "This is..." As he gazed at the chaos divine fruit in Yi Qinfeng's hand, old ancestor Chia opened his eyes wide and asked with shock, "If I'm not wrong, then ancestral pills aren't very useful to you with the current state of your body." Yi Qinfeng gazed at old ancestor Qijue's eyes that were opening wider and wider. Old ancestor Qijue nodded and restrained his shock as he said, "Exactly. My physical body has already deteriorated, so ancestral pills are useless to me. Ancestral pills are useless to you, but chaos divine fruits are." Yi Qinfeng grinned and said, "If you're willing to submit to me, then I'll give you an opportunity and give you this chaos divine fruit. Moreover, I'll help you break through to the 6-star Tao ancestor realm in 3 days. Are you sure?" Yi Qinfeng's words caused old ancestor Qijue to feel disbelief. Even though he'd heard of the chaos divine fruit, he didn't believe that a single chaos divine fruit could allow him to break through to the 6-star Tao Lord realm. "Why don't we make a bet? If I'm able to help you break through to the 6-star Tao ancestor realm in 3 days, then you'll submit to me with the 7 absolute Sword Palace. If I'm unable to accomplish it, then I'll leave right away and absolutely won't make things difficult for all of you." Yi Qinfeng spoke with a smile on his face. "All right, it's a deal." When he heard Yi Qinfeng's bet, old ancestor Qijue agreed without the slightest hesitation, because this bet was utterly impossible for him to refuse. No matter if he won or lost, he wouldn't suffer a loss. Moreover, he subconsciously hoped that Yi Qinfeng would win. "However, I have a condition. You and the 7 absolute Sword Palace must listen to me during these 3 days. If you disobey my orders, then the bet will be voided and your 7 absolute Sword Palace will still have to submit to me." Yi Qinfeng spoke indifferently to old ancestor Qijue, who'd lived for countless years. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Even if Yi Qinfeng humiliated him, he would grit his teeth and pass it. Chapter 1898. "All right, 7 Jew, come here." After warning the 3 sword palaces, Yi Qinfeng called the white-haired 7 Jew forefather, who was surrounded by Death Qi, to his side and had him sit cross-legged in front of him. Then Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly infer 7 Jew forefather's body and thoroughly check his body. Sure enough, the God-devouring brain didn't sense wrongly. The accumulation in this 7 extinctions body was long enough to break through the bottleneck. But because he's too old, the vitality in his body has already lost, causing him to be unable to break through that final step. Yi Qinfeng retracted his released soul force and gained a deeper understanding of 7 extinctions body. Fation, seal his body so that he can't use ancestral power. Yi Qinfeng turned to Fation and ordered, "All right." Fation progenitor nodded and released a powerful stream of ancestral power into Fation's body, forcefully sealing his meridians and ancestral power. Rumble. After sealing old ancestor's 7 ultimates, Yi Qinfeng grabbed at the air, grabbing a boulder that was several meters tall and smashing it into the ancestral land. "Tie him to the rock." Yi Qinfeng ordered, "Remember, tie him tight." 7 Jew forefather, "Young Master Yi, what are you doing?" Zhu Wuqing walked over while enduring his injuries and asked in confusion, "Help him break through to the 6-star Tao ancestor realm." Yi Qinfeng glanced at Zhu Wuqing and said flatly, "Wuqing, listen to young Master Yi. Don't waste time. In order to break through to the 6-star Tao ancestor realm and live for more than 100,000 years, 7 Jew forefather was going all out. Yes, forefather. Although Zhu Wuqing was the palace master of 7 Jew Sword Palace, the real controller was 7 Jew forefather. Yi Qinfeng pointed at Zhu Wuqing and ordered, "Go, take off all his clothes. Just leave his underwear." Seven Jew forefather. Zhu Wuqing looked at Seven Jew forefather's red face and asked hesitantly, Young master, do you really want to take them off? Of course. Yi Qinfeng waved his hand impatiently and said, Do as I say. Otherwise, don't blame me if something unexpected happens. Wuqing, we'll do whatever young noble Yi says. Pull. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Whoosh whoosh. Ripping sounds could be heard. Soon, the clothes on Forefather Seven Extinction's body were torn apart by Merciless, revealing a shriveled old body. Death Seeker, what do you think he's doing? Tan Xiongling brows were tightly knitted together. Why do I feel that he is deliberately humiliating the Seven Absolutes? I have the same feeling. Jean Soling nodded and said, It's impossible for Seven Absolutes to break through to the 6-star Dao ancestor level in 3 days. I think it's very likely that he's humiliating Seven Absolutes. Sigh the pitiful Qijue. He is already so old. Yet he is being humiliated in such a manner. If it was me, I would probably be too ashamed to continue living in this world. Tan Xiongling sighed softly. Xiongling, what do you say we should do? Facing 4 great peak ancestor realm experts, Jean Suaming had long since given up all hope. What else can we do? Tan Xiongling sighed and said, If we want to live and protect our 2 great sword palaces, we can only submit. Open your mouth and drink this. When Merciless tore Forefather Seven Absolutes' clothes, Yi Qinfeng took out a white jade bottle and poured it directly into Forefather Seven Absolutes' mouth. Young noble Yi, what did you give me? Forefather Seven Absolutes felt that the thing Yi Qinfeng gave him did not have much spirituality and asked in puzzlement, Don't talk nonsense. Swallow this chaos divine fruit. Yi Qinfeng stuffed the extremely precious chaos divine fruit into Forefather Seven Absolutes' mouth. Merciless, quickly go to Seven Absolutes' sword palace and find 5 charming female disciples with good figures and bold behavior. Yi Qinfeng waved his hand and said, This, young noble Yi, why are you looking for female disciples? Merciless was dumbfounded. Forefather Seven Absolutes was dumbfounded. Tan Xiongling and the others were also dumbfounded. Why do you talk so much nonsense? Yi Qinfeng said angrily, Merciless, if you continue to talk nonsense, this bet is over. I will use bloody means to subdue all of you, and he will die without a doubt. Young noble Yi, don't be so agitated. I will go now. Thinking of the Seven Absolutes' old ancestor and the lives of the Seven Absolutes' sword palace's ancestor were still in Yi Qinfeng's hands. Zhu Wuqing endured the heavy injuries on his body and immediately found 5 extremely charming and hot female disciples from the Seven Absolutes' sword palace. You're wearing too much. Take off all your outer garments. Just your undergarments will do. Yi Qinfeng glanced at their chests. Big farts. The 5 female disciples ordered loudly. Young noble Yi, what are you doing? Forefather Seven Absolutes asked softly as he suddenly had an ominous thought. Helping you break through. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. What are you still standing there for? Take off your clothes. Take them off. Merciless gritted his teeth and said, Young noble Ye's orders are my orders. I will kill whoever doesn't take them off. Yes. The 5 female disciples, who were usually bold and unrestrained, blushed in embarrassment. They took off their long dresses in an alluring manner, revealing their hot and delicate bodies. Nice figures. As Yi Qinfeng looked at the 5 flirtatious female disciples wearing undergarments, he nodded and said, Come, take this and flirt with him. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng took out 5 long peacock feathers and handed them to the 5 female disciples of the Qijue Sword Palace. The eyes of the 5 flirtatious women widened, and they were dumbfounded. Although they were bold and unrestrained, they didn't dare to openly seduce the forefather of Seven Absolutes' Sword Palace. They weren't the only ones who were stunned. Forefathers 7 Absolutes and Merciless were also stunned. Don't worry, his ancestral power is sealed and he can't hurt you, Yi Qin-feng said indifferently. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and seduce him. Otherwise, the medicine will take effect. Medicine. Forefathers 7 Absolute's hair was about to explode at this moment. Fierce Spirit Devourer and Jean Soling, who were hiding in the distance, were trembling with fear. They secretly cursed Yi Qin-feng for being shameless while worrying about their own fate. Young noble Yi, what do you want? Forefathers 7 Absolute's uneasiness grew stronger, and he felt like he was about to collapse. If you want me to submit, I will. You can't humiliate me like this. Do you think I have so much free time to humiliate you? Yi Qin-feng rolled his eyes at the exasperated forefather and said, I'm helping you break through. You will thank me in 3 days. Seeing that the 5 flirtatious female disciples didn't dare to flirt with Patriarch 7 Absolutes, Yi Qin-feng immediately condensed the illusion ancestral Tao diagram and controlled the minds of the 5 female disciples. He controlled them to gently move the peacock plume and the shriveled body of Patriarch 7 Absolutes. They were already charming to begin with. Now, they were only wearing red undergarments, causing their ample peaks to tremble slightly. Their legs emitted a lustrous luster as they constantly stimulated the forefather, causing his body to be seduced. The medicine slowly took effect, and a raging flame ignited in his heart. Soon, the powerful medicinal potency seeped into his body. He was like a crazed beast and roared. His body became restless, and his breathing became heavy. His eyes also turned crimson. The medicinal effect took effect. Under Yi Qin-feng's control, the 5 female disciples became even more unrestrained. Their swaying waists, their sexy movements, and their slightly parted red lips were like deadly poison, stimulating the 7 Absolute Old Ancestor and causing him to break down. Chapter 1899. Young Master Yi, our 7 Absolute Sword Palace is willing to submit. Please spare our ancestor. Looking at the 7 Absolute Ancestor, who was roaring like a wild beast with bloodshot eyes, Zhu Wuqing gulped and begged for mercy. I'll tell you one more time. I'm helping him. As long as he can get through this, I'll help him break through to the 6-star Tao Ancestor realm in 3 days. Yi Qin-feng rolled his eyes at Zhu Wuqing. But no buts. Stand aside and cool off. Don't come near me without my permission. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Yi Qin-feng waved his hand and interrupted him, warning him impatiently. Breaking through to the 6-star Tao Ancestor realm? Who are you trying to fool? Mother ****, this Yi Qin-feng is such a coward. He's playing with the 7 Absolute Ancestor to death. Xiongling, do you think he's purposely acting in front of us? Jean Soling said worriedly. If we don't submit, he won't use the same trick to humiliate us again. It's very possible. Xiongling nodded heavily and said, Mother ****, this Yi Qin-feng is blocking our way out. We have no other choice. Time ticked by. The 7 Absolute Sword Palaces, Ancestral Land, kept on letting out beast-like howls of the 7 Absolute Sword Palace. Under the intense struggle, his withered body was strangled by the chains. However, he didn't notice it at all. He only wanted to push the 5 female disciples who were tempting him down and release the fire in his heart. However, the ancestral power in his body was sealed by Fa Tian Ancestor, and he couldn't break free. This feeling of watching but not being able to touch made him collapse more and more. He was on the verge of going crazy. Looking at the miserable appearance of the 7 Absolute Ancestor, Zhu Wuqing clenched his fists tightly. His body trembled as he kept cursing Yi Qin-feng in his heart. He couldn't help but want to fight Yi Qin-feng to the death. However, he still hesitated when he thought of the consequences. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want thousands of 7 Absolute Sword Palace disciples to die because of him. Young Master Yi, if you do this, can the ancestor really break through the bottleneck? Zhu Wuqing gritted his teeth and glared at Yi Qinfeng as he spoke in a low voice. Feel it yourself and see if there are any changes in Seven Deadly's body. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently as he looked at Zhu Wuqing, who could barely suppress the anger in his heart and wanted to fight him to the death. Change. Zhu Wuqing's expression froze. He released a powerful soul force into Seven Absolute's old ancestor's body. In the next moment, he was stunned. He could clearly sense that Forefather Seven Extinction's withered body was brimming with vitality. A powerful force was constantly knocking at the bottleneck of his realm. Why, young Master Yi? Why is this happening? Could it be spring? Can this medicine really help Patriarch break through to become a 6-star Dao ancestor? Zhu Wuqing asked incredulously. If he hadn't experienced it for himself, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. The medicine had actually caused such a shocking change in Patriarch Seven Extinction's body. Not only was Zhu Wuqing dumbfounded, devouring evil spirit who was continuously cursing Yi Qinfeng's shamelessness in his heart, Jin Suoming and the other two were also dumbfounded. They looked at each other and saw the astonishment and disbelief in each other's eyes. Could it be spring? Does the medicine really work? Would they be able to take spring as well? Medicine. Let's find a few female disciples to try it on. An unimaginable thought appeared in their minds, which made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, with Seven Extinction's foundation, he should have stepped into the 6-star Dao ancestor realm. However, because he is too old and his body has declined, he has missed the best opportunity to break through, which has caused him to be unable to break through. The greatest effect of the Chaos Divine Fruit is to improve one's foundation and increase the opportunity to break through. However, Seven Extinction's body is no longer able to support the final breakthrough, which is why I thought of using spring. Medicine. Use beautiful women to stimulate the last potential of his body and make a final gamble. Yi Qinfeng explained with his hands behind his back. So that's how it is. Zhu Wuqing and the others suddenly realized that they had wronged Yi Qinfeng. Young Master Yi, Wuqing is convinced. Regardless of success or failure, my Seven Extinction Sword Palace is willing to submit to you and be loyal to you forever. Regardless of the final outcome, just Yi Qinfeng's shocking methods had convinced Zhu Wuqing and made him think that following Yi Qinfeng might be the greatest opportunity in his life. The Heaven-Devouring Sword Palace and the Gold Sword Palace are also willing to submit to young Master Yi. Devouring Ferocious Spirit and Jin Suoming looked at each other and chose to submit as well. With the current state of their bodies, it was extremely difficult for them to break through to the 6-star Dao Lord Realm. However, it would be different if they submitted to Yi Qinfeng. If Yi Qinfeng could really help Seven Extinction break through to the 6-star Dao Ancestor Realm, then helping them to break through would absolutely not be a problem. Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile as he looked at the 3 sword palaces that submitted to him. Subduing the 3 sword palaces was equivalent to controlling an extremely enormous force, and the difficulty of dealing with Sword God Hall would be greatly reduced. Continue to seduce him. Use the methods you usually use to seduce male disciples and seduce Seven Extinction. Make him wish he was dead. Yi Qinfeng ordered in an irresistible manner. This time, no one stopped Yi Qinfeng, and no one cursed him in their hearts. Moreover, Zhu Wuqing even asked if they should find a few more charming female disciples to seduce Seven Extinction with them. There's no need. It'll be chaotic if there are too many people. The 5 of them are just right. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and ceaselessly issued orders with his mind. In next to no time, another day had passed. 2 days later, tremendous changes had occurred to Seven Extinction's body. The potential within his entire body had been completely stimulated, and his shriveled body had become full. However, his consciousness had been tortured to the point of collapse by the aphrodisiac. The blood that flowed out from the wounds dyed his entire body in blood. Right when the potential of Seven Extinction's body had reached its peak and maintained it for a few hours before it started to decline. The bottleneck that was covered in cracks was finally broken through by the chaos divine fruit and the enormous amount of energy he'd accumulated earlier. Bang! The moment he broke through the bottleneck, the boulder behind him and the chains that bound his body immediately shattered, and the 5 charming female disciples were pushed back by this terrifying aura, vomiting blood. 6-star Tao Ancestor Realm, the Ancestor has really broken through. The moment Seven Extinction broke through, Zhu Wuqing revealed a look of deep excitement. Seven Extinction's breakthrough meant that the overall strength of Seven Extinction Sword Palace had risen to another level. Moreover, after witnessing Yi Qinfeng's shocking means, he believed that he would definitely be able to break through to the 6-star Tao Ancestor Realm that he'd always dreamed of. Don't disturb him. Yi Qinfeng ordered everyone to retreat and said, his breakthrough this time can be said to be very risky, and it overdrew his potential. Therefore, he needs a long time to consolidate his strength before he can consolidate the 6-star Tao Ancestor Realm. Otherwise, it will affect his breakthrough to the peak of the Ancestor Realm in the future. Peak of the Ancestor Realm. Devouring the evil spirit, Jean's souling sucked in a breath of cold air. In their eyes, the 6-star Tao Ancestor was a towering and insurmountable mountain. The peak of the Ancestor Realm was even more distant. However, after witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng helping 7 Extinction Ancestor break through in 3 days, they firmly believed in Yi Qinfeng's words. Original Doppelganger, come out. Since 7 Extinction's Sword Palace had submitted, Yi Qinfeng did not let the original Doppelganger of the Spirit Fish continue to devour and summoned him out. Zhu Wuqing, I think you should be clear about my true purpose. Looking at Zhu Wuqing and the others who had completely submitted, Yi Qinfeng said coldly, Young master, you wants to deal with Sword God Hall and Sword God. Zhu Wuqing nodded and said, That's right, my true purpose is to betray my master for glory, betray the human race, and join Sword God of the celestial race. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, By the way, according to what you said, has Sword God broken through to the Void God realm? We haven't seen Sword God's true body for tens of thousands of years, but there are no anomalies in the Sword domain. I think Sword God hasn't broken through to the Void God realm yet. Zhu Wuqing said, It's good that he hasn't broken through. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, All right, I have a few questions to ask you now. I hope you can answer them honestly. Chapter 1900. Do you know how to lure the 2 Sword Emperors of the Heavenly Sword Hall here? Yi Qinfeng knew that in addition to the Heavenly Sword Hall, there were 2 other 6-star Tao Ancestors. They were the Sky Sword Emperor and the Mysterious Sword Emperor. If he wanted to deal with the Heavenly Sword Hall, which was suspected to be guarded by the Divine Sky Clan, he had to cut off the Heavenly Sword Hall's right-hand man first. This, Jin Suaming and the others looked at each other and saw the dilemma in each other's eyes. Mr. Yi, to be honest, although the 3 palaces have a high status in the sword domain, we can't enter the eyes of the Heavenly Sword Hall. In their opinion, the rise and fall of any force in the sword domain has nothing to do with them. Even if we are attacked by an external force in a matter of life and death, they can only send the 4 sword masters. Tan Xiongling sighed softly. Mr. Yi, I have thought of a force that might be able to lure the mysterious Sword Emperor here. Zhu Wuqing said after thinking for a while. You mean the mysterious Sword Cave Heaven? Suddenly, the face of a stubborn but disastrous character appeared in Yi Qinfeng's mind. Yes, the mysterious Sword Cave Heaven is the descendant of the mysterious Sword Emperor, and Xianziwei is the only successor of the mysterious Sword Emperor. If something happens to the mysterious Sword Cave Heaven, it is very likely to alarm the mysterious Sword Emperor and make him appear. Zhu Wuqing nodded and said, Tell me the location of the mysterious Sword Cave Heaven. I will go there, Yi Qinfeng ordered. Yes. Zhu Wuqing nodded and told Yi Qinfeng the location of the mysterious sword cave heaven. Well, in order to protect everyone's safety, you will cultivate in my space treasure for a while. When the heavenly sword hall is eradicated, I will return your freedom. Yi Qinfeng was not at ease leaving the experts of the 3 palaces behind, so he decided to let them stay in the 4th level of the Qinquan realm. Yes, in the face of an unchangeable result, Zhu Wuqing, Tan Xiongling, and the others did not resist and obediently let Yi Qinfeng teleport them to the Qinquan realm. The mysterious sword cave heaven was the most mysterious force in the sword domain. Few people knew of their existence, but the mysterious sword cave heaven's strength was terrifying. They were second only to the heavenly sword hall and the 3 sword palaces, far surpassing sects like the heaven-shaking sword sect. Green Mountain, Green Ridge Mountain. This Xianjian wonderland sure knows how to find a good place. This place is like a painting of immortals. After several days of hurrying, Yi Qinfeng arrived at a mountain range. It was as beautiful as an ink painting. Looking at the lush greenery in the distance, Yi Qinfeng realized that this place was one of the most beautiful places he had ever seen. It was a place that would make one forget to leave. The Green Mountain was so beautiful that Yi Qinfeng gave up on the idea of going straight in and looking for the entrance to the grotto heaven. He decided to climb the mountain and admire the beauty of the Green Mountain up close before going to the Xianjian grotto heaven. As he walked, Yi Qinfeng noticed 3 figures in front of him. 3 young people, 2 men and 1 woman, with swords hanging on their backs, were slowly climbing the mountain. The 2 men had ordinary appearances and wore ordinary clothes, but the woman's appearance could be considered to be above average, especially her delicate skin, which added a lot of points to her beauty. Hearing the footsteps behind them, the 2 men and the woman stopped and looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was slowly walking toward them. Are you also here to learn from the Xianjian wonderland? Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was also wearing ordinary clothes and seemed to be from the same background as them, the slightly taller and dark-skinned man stepped forward and asked, No, I'm not here to learn from anyone. Yi Qinfeng looked at the 3 and shook his head gently. Tisk, what's there to hide? Are you afraid that we will take your place? The fair-skinned woman rolled her eyes at Yi Qinfeng and said disdainfully, Believe it or not, I'm not here to learn from anyone because they are not qualified to be my master. Yi Qinfeng smiled. He did not get angry, nor did he stop. He followed the spiral staircase and continued walking deeper into Green Ridge Mountain. A pretentious prick. The slightly shorter man's eyes revealed contempt. The fair-skinned woman and her companion were even more annoyed by Yi Qinfeng's tone. They were annoyed that Yi Qinfeng had offended the Holy Land in their hearts. Concept of earth, concept of water, and concept of wood. I didn't expect that there would be 3 concepts in Green Ridge Mountain. Yi Qinfeng's comprehension of Tao intent had already reached the ancestor realm. He could see that there were 3 profound concepts in Green Ridge Mountain. If someone could comprehend them, it would greatly improve their comprehension of Tao intent. Just when Yi Qinfeng's body and mind were immersed in the scenery and silently comprehended, his powerful soul force suddenly felt a familiar aura. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a light flashed under his feet as he flew over. Swish! Yi Qinfeng, who was extremely fast, appeared on a very thick ancient tree with luxuriant foliage. He looked down at a deep pool of clear water. In the deep pool he could clearly see a woman with wet hair, skin as smooth as milk, and a hot figure gently bathing in the cold pool water. Around the pool, for women in white martial arts robes and white veils were guarding it. They looked around vigilantly. Xianxia is bathing. Yi Qinfeng had wanted to capture Xianxia and have her take him to the mysterious sword paradise. He didn't expect that Xianxia would be bathing at this time. Who is it? Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to leave, Xianxia, who was a one-star Dao ancestor and was extremely sensitive, sensed Yi Qinfeng's presence. Her expression changed, and she instantly interweaved several sharp sword shadows and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Xian Xia's angry attack was extremely powerful, but to Yi Qinfeng it was not a threat at all. He lightly waved his arm and shattered several sword shadows that were slashing towards him. "It's you!" The moment Yi Qinfeng shattered the sword shadows, Xian Xia's sharp eyes saw Yi Qinfeng clearly. The anger in her heart was immediately replaced by fear. She didn't expect that Yi Qinfeng, who was her nightmare, would appear outside the mysterious sword paradise and peep on her bathing. What is she doing here? Does she want to do something to me? Xian Xia had a bad feeling. She knew that Yi Qinfeng wouldn't come to the mysterious sword paradise for no reason. Yi Qinfeng must have come for a purpose. With his strength, if he wanted to do something to her, she couldn't resist at all. "How dare you, lecher? How dare you peep? Peep on the lady bathing." The 4 white-robed women reacted. They all summoned sharp swords and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Peep on her. If it was her sister, it would be worth a look. Forget it. Yi Qinfeng glanced at Xian Xia's pink little face. He gently waved his arm and released a powerful ancestral power, sending the 4 white-robed women flying. What do you mean? Am I not pretty?" Yi Qinfeng's words were like knives that stabbed into Xian Xia's heart, making her forget her fear. She was so angry that she was going crazy. She was so angry that she wanted to cut Yi Qinfeng into pieces. "Okay, put on your clothes and come with me to the mysterious sword paradise." Yi Qinfeng slowly turned around, no longer looking at Xian Xia. You, what do you want in the mysterious sword paradise?" Seeing Yi Qinfeng's back facing her, Xian Xia's self-esteem suffered another blow. She gritted her teeth and said, "Why don't you come with me to the mysterious sword paradise?" Yi Qinfeng said with a faint smile, "Yi Qinfeng, I'm warning you. You better not have any ideas about the mysterious sword paradise. Otherwise, the ancestor will not forgive you," Xian Xia said fiercely. The more she looked at Yi Qinfeng, the more she disliked him. "Xian Xia, if you don't want to be taken to the mysterious sword paradise naked, then stop talking nonsense and put on your clothes. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you," Yi Qinfeng warned coldly. You